Hello, 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 hello. So today we will indeed be doing some deliberate hunting. Yeah, today indeed will be doing the deliberate hunting in the snowslide slope indeed. Because I just wanted to do it in there, and also it only required 1 day forward skip. There was today actually almost the right weather in there. The problem was that it needs to be not the snowstorm. It needs to be the like just snow. It should be just the snow. Um, would that thing go away, please? Okay. If you're not, then I guess I will be doing something because. You please already go away, or what are you doing? We restarted the game because the notification is not going away. But yeah, we'll be hunting the leopard in there indeed. Well, as I said, for both today and tomorrow. Let's see how many I will be able to get done. I guess if I feel like it, I might be continuing these on what I said on when I get back. There we go. Now the notification is going. It's weird because sometimes it gets glitched like that. It doesn't want to be disappearing. Oh yeah, my Pokemons probably don't have any moves. Thankfully it doesn't matter because I don't need moves. Yeah, unfortunate thing is that Delibird is only a 5% Pokemon, so it is going to be kind of hard to be finding. So I most likely will be going for other ones, but we shall see. Because there is no such way as increasing the likelihood of the Pokemon there. I know there's other areas that it's available in as well. But I was just most wanted to be going in here. Definitely not because I would be coming in here at some point anyways, because I most definitely will not be doing at some point most likely a Darumaka one in here. As I said, I might be doing one on Route 10 next though. It's very likely that I will be doing the next one on Route 10 instead. Instead of to actually like go quite a bit in and out, I will be doing that. As I said, depending on how fast things are going, I might indeed be adding some other ones there. Just thinking Snowrun at least. Mora is another like good maybe. But yeah, of course, as usual, it's targets that I tend to always choose are the ones that are not too much available in places. There's a bunch of cool ice types indeed in here. One of the only ones that I will not be encountering no matter what will be the... No, I will be keeping you in front. Even though it's so unfortunate that you'll be appearing and disappearing. One of the other ones that I will not be encountering though is gonna be the ice cream. I need it for anything. Yeah, I know Delibird is available in other areas with more likelihood of it being there, I think. But I just thought, you know, the snowy background is very fitting, so I decided to do it in here instead, even though it's not the most optimal way to do it. But then again, my question is, what hunts do I do the most optimally? I kind of want to check like 5 first to just be Delibirds. See how long does that take. Here is another one. Here's another one indeed. At least the one good thing is that is I can always run away from things because I have a ghost. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on. Also, you have Nora, so I will be encountering you. I will indeed. What do you... I Mhm. No more. It's actually a bunch of them in here, which is quite nice. Amora cities. Even though I don't necessarily want to be going for Amora. What is percentage anyways for Amora to be here? 10%, okay. Makes pretty much anything in here is honestly a 10%. There's very few that have different ones. I mean, I will say that finding 5 in like 6 minutes, it isn't too bad, per se. Yeah, I think I will be like tackling Snowrun and maybe a more to the mix. Snowrun I wouldn't be minding to be getting as well. It is indeed quite a nice one. Snom, if I will be accidentally running into them for sure. For sure indeed. I think I will be keeping it mostly safe. Oh, come on. I hate that bear. Does it need to be in here? In all the weathers that I will be able to hunt things? It is wanting to be very mean. Oh my god, another one already. Jeez. Yeah, that's honestly the only downside of hunting in this snowslide slope is indeed. It is indeed the bear chicks. As I said plenty of times, bear chick, it doesn't have the nicest of shiny of all time. It's not bad, it's just disappointing. More than anything. More disappointing than anything else, indeed. Oh, there's another really bird. Nice. Oh, random well first. Yeah, there is apparently a way to be finding delivered in the route age. I don't know if I have personally ever seen one in there because it's in random encounters and I would rather go with the visible ones personally. I'd rather do that indeed. But yeah, the thing is that if I would be able to get it today, that it's gonna be wrong day by a day. Which, as I said, it's not that big of a deal for me, but I would rather just be having... rather be having the actual day that I get things in be the day that I get them in, you know? I'd rather that being the case. But yeah, unfortunately, since Delivered is one of those Pokemon that only appear in certain weathers, I can't really be too picky there. I will most likely, I was about to say, I will most likely be running into quite a good amount of Snoms there. I don't know, I kind of would like if in this game there would be like a nice, like, camera view that you could be putting like very on top of the place. It would be quite nice indeed. Like, you can easily do it if you're like coming from like, if you go from top to bottom, if you go from bottom to top, if you go from top to bottom, it's harder to be doing. Which is a little bit of a shame indeed. Hello there, well done. Gotta love well done. Hello there, how are you doing? I guess since you're boosted, the only reason why I will be doing it. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Quite fine indeed. Oh, snow? No, it's a snow run, okay. Hard to be seeing anything. It's so small. Then there is the Beartic, who is, of course, it's a big Pokemon, so the hitbox is gonna be big and it's gonna be looking big, but it's an annoyance. I don't want to be encountering Snoms too much because it's a cool Pokemon and everything, but it's kind of everywhere in Ground Tundra, so like, if I ever want to be, for whatever reason, hunting for a specifically for Snom, it's not gonna be hard. Because it's like everywhere. And also, like, if you're doing hunts on Route 10, for example, it's quite likely that you're gonna be running into a Snom or two. Anyways. It's like, it's one of the more common ones. Yeah, I don't mind it, I just find it quite weird that they are literally everywhere. I mean, they are small bugs that survive the cold, but it's like in almost every single area it seems like they're like 25% where they are available in Ground Tundra. Is there rather 5% at this time? I don't think there is. Or in this weather, I guess. It's interesting that during either rain or thunderstorm, it's 100%. It's 100% going to be then Beldam, because I'm pretty sure that you can't be having sandstorm in here. Even though they're technically stage, huh? Yeah, deliberates 5%. 10% snow run, 19% Beldam, 1% Audino. 10% Bearchick, Vandalish, and Cryogonal, and Amora. And 25% is indeed Snom. I would just absolutely love if sometimes Beldam would be available in areas that it's not the most terrifying location to be finding it in, because it's almost always available in areas in the weathers that it's like somehow to be hurting itself, because only knew at the and at one time it only did no takedown anyway, so was definitely one of the more annoying Pokemons to be hunting for. Always in the weather that it's gonna be taking damage in. And like a terrible catch rate and everything. I guess it makes sense because it is quite a bit of a rare Pokemon. Imagine if someday I can't run away with my ghost type for whatever reason. Yeah, it makes sense for Beldam. It is unfortunate though. But fun fact, yeah, starting from this game, it doesn't only know takedown, it knows other moves. It knows only tackle, I'm pretty sure. So at least it can be using takedown. You can see that's no run at all. Jeez. I guess depending on how things go today, even though I would like to absolutely be getting it into this location, the Daily Bird. Kind of tempted to switch a location. I would need to then check out if the weather is correct in there though. Because that is the funny thing about Delibird is that, of course, you know, on Christmas Day, there is going to be, like, weather going about everywhere that will be, like, spawning Delibird if it's an area that it can be spawning in. Which, you know, of course makes sense because, you know, Delibird. It makes even more sense now because they have made the... there is a special outbreaks going on Scarlet and Violet right now that you can be getting boosted Delibirds. Yeah. It is depending on the weather, of course. It's the cool part of Sword and Shield, the weather, but at the same time, it's quite frustrating because then you're like looking for a certain Pokemon, then it's like, do I want to be switching my day? Or will I be waiting? In most situations I will be waiting, but if I'm hunting, for example, today and tomorrow for a Delibird, I will just be switching my time. But most of the time I will be going whatever. That's why I honestly don't too many wild area hunts, is that reason. Because I just don't want to be switching the day if it is possible. Because as I said before, I just personally want to be having the Pokemon captured in a day that I actually did play each. It's just a personal thing though. What are you up to? Any hunting today yourself? Oh. Oh, there's a snowman there as well. Either the grass need to be a little bit shorter or these just need to be a little bit bigger. Nice. Are you hatching it in like a nice matching Pokeball for the shiny as well? I will say though, breeding is probably one of the easiest ways to be getting Sylveon the fastest in most games, because usually it's out of the way, the fairy move that it learns on low levels. Such a shame. I'm by the way so glad that when they did like kind of get removed with yeah, it is. If you're talking about Sword and Shield, it is indeed a lot easier and simpler. In Scarlet and Violet you can get outbreaks and like get a Sylveon in the overworld, which is quite cool. Because the only way to be getting Sylveon in Sword and Shield without evolving is in the Lake of Outrage in foggy weather. It's one chance and you would need to be soft resetting for each. Oh, 1%. It's more important than the Delibird. It's a cooler find. Let's check the Delibird now. Yeah, I would be absolutely happy, by the way, if I will be able to get, like, at least to like, half the odds. Yeah, I kind of understand, like, if you don't like Ordino too much, because, like, why, like, some people, like, are questioning why did it get a Mega of all Pokemons? I mean, I don't mind it, but, like, it is kind of weird, though. And I guess the other thing, like, why people don't really care too much about it is because it's just, you know, basically Chansey. It's like it was meant to be, like a Chansey. Yeah, I don't mind Ordino, it's quite cool. Yeah. I will say that, as I said, I don't mind that it did get Mega, but it is only, it's just weird why specifically Ordino. Like, yeah, because people were wanting a lot of other Pokemons to be getting Megas instead. Which is, you know, understandable. I personally would have wished that the Megas would have been given into Pokemons that wouldn't be too popular. But whatever is fine. You know what, I will be starting to check Amoras as well. Why not? Yeah, but that's the thing why as I said, I personally just like the gimmicks that every Pokemon can have rather than here is a very specific and small list of Pokemons that can have this cool gimmick. That's why, as I said plenty of times, why I like Terastallizing and Dynamaxing slash Gigantamaxing, because I don't care too much that every Pokemon doesn't get Gigantamaxing. And like it makes sense, but at least every Pokemon can Dynamax. And I think it's cool. And by like every Pokemon can be doing things, it just doesn't make like one Pokemon to be broken. Because if I remember correctly, there was certainly some Megas that were broken, like, I don't know, certain Battle Pawn, or not Parent Pawn, whatever my thing. There was honestly a surprising amount of things that was, like, fixed from Gen 6 to Gen 7. It's like, some that did make more sense than others. I think that the Gale Wings, like the nerf that the Gale Wings got, it was like a little too much. But I understand it needed to be happening. But maybe not as drastic of a change. Wouldn't be necessary. But they do be doing what they do be doing. Oh. But I will still stand by the thing that I'm personally quite glad that they didn't keep like Megas to be a thing anymore. Like, I find them cool, yes, but at the same time, wouldn't it be getting boring at some point? Like, every team will pretty much be the same and stuff like that, but then again, each to their own. Each to their own, though. Yeah, especially because, like, considering that they didn't add any new Megas after Gen 6. If they would have been liking to keep them... If they would have been giving the Megas to be a thing, they wouldn't need to be adding new things, in my opinion, because it would have just been boring with few options. Yeah. And it's the thing is that with every single gimmick, it's not like you can use too many of them in one battle. Thankfully. Like, imagine if you would be able to use 6 Megas in one battle. That would be ridiculous. But then again, people are always gonna be upset when games remove features that they think are cool. My cat was very interesting yesterday morning. I mean, they haven't completely forgotten about Megas. They're still a big thing in Pokemon Go, though. That's just not a thing anymore in main series games. It's still a thing in Pokemon Go, so like, yeah. But yeah, it was interesting indeed yesterday morning because, you know, we did help people out with moving. So, you know, my boyfriend did left like earlier than I did to help with it. So the cat was very interesting. She usually is like very upset if, you know, we leave or one of us leaves. But yesterday she was just, let's just go back to sleep. Which is nice because like I rather she be sleeping than, you know, be annoying me for 3 hours telling me that she's hungry. She do be. And then when I did give her yesterday, also in the morning, the food. Morning, it was like almost noon at that point. But you know, her usual eating time a little bit earlier even. Is that she was very playful afterwards. Just like was chomping to the other side of the bed, then wants attention and keeps doing that for a while, and I'm like, huh? She is a little strange cat indeed. But imagine having a regular cat. Wouldn't life be boring? If it's just having a regular old cat who is just sleeping all day long. Not doing weird things. I honestly will say that I hope that if we will be getting another cat at any point, that that cat will always also be like more on the unique side. Yeah, I always wish that, you know, because as like nice it is sometimes, like depending on, of course, like do you want to be going to shows or whatnot, of course then it's like the best thing if you can have like just, you know, nice relaxed dog, cat, whatever thing. But if you just are having a pet it's just a lot more fun when it's not normal. I mean, one thing that is a little unfortunate about her is that she do not like too much about visitors, but I mean, each to their own though. I will say though that I'm glad that I know that some pets can be like that when they don't like visitors, that they are very aggressive, like towards whoever is visiting. She just runs away. She just runs away when she doesn't want to be getting anything. Which is good because I rather take that than, you know, aggressive things. Yeah. But you know, it's fine by me. I don't mind it. I know that there is some people when they're visiting that they are very upset that they can never see the cat, but you know, what can you really do? If she doesn't want to see strangers, then she doesn't want to see strangers. Simple as that. I will say that I'm a little bit worried whenever is the time that we need to be going to vet with her. Because I will say one thing that she doesn't want to be going into a whatever thing that you'll be carrying it in. She doesn't like that. But then again, that is how some rescue animals can be. They just like start to be afraid about like any like stranger. Like it's time to vet visit. You know. That's why, like, why I assume that she doesn't want to be with anyone else besides us. There's very rare occasions that she does show up to, like, when people are visiting. It's only if they have been here for a while and they are, like, somewhat quiet. And I guess another thing that helps is that if they don't try to go near her, because she goes into few places to hide. But yeah, the good thing is since she's... Yeah, it does take a while to be getting used to them, indeed. But most of the people that visit in here, they are not here for too long. So, like, she doesn't get too comfortable with things. Sometimes she's okay eating while there is visitors. But most of the time, she's like... she's willing to wait. Weirdly enough. But like, of course, if she's like actually hungry, then she will be eating. But yeah, the good thing about like our cat is that since she's not like almost at all outside, we don't really need to keep like certain, like we don't need to be going to vet too many times, like to be getting things to be helping that, you know, doesn't get things from outside. It did take her, anyways, her for quite some time to be getting even into the balcony. Like, to go outside. So yeah, it's nice though that she can hang out in there. Sometimes I'm a little bit worried though, because our balcony is literally facing sun the entire day. That, you know... is it too hot in there? So of course I will be checking on her every once in a while. But then again, since summers can be like too hot even for a cat, she just comes inside. Because it's just too hot out there for her liking even. I know it might be like not too good to be talking about it because it can be a controversial thing, whatever my thing. Is that I just absolutely hate sometimes social media for like usage, or that people that uses social media or pets to get social media things. Of course there's a lot of like good ones, like I don't mind them, you know, if they are doing like things that they don't mind it, it's fine, but there's like stupid amount of like people doing things that they shouldn't be doing. It's just so unfortunate that there is almost nothing that the platform's ever done for those as well. I just find it very unfortunate because like I see so many times like in places people just, you know, filming their pets even though they're clearly like making some sort of a thing to be notifying that please no. It's just like, why? Let them be. It just bothers me. I mean, I know that it has calmed down, like it was like a few years ago, even worse. It was with certain like dogs, like dog breeds, it was very bad, but thankfully it has calmed down nowadays, but it's still like very unfortunate to be seeing it. And then they are like labeling it as a funny cat meme when cat is literally showing that go away signs. You know, having the back so high as one can be, and then it's very funny when it's smacking the camera. Why? Why are people like that? It's frustrating. Jeez, that noise. As I said, I would wish so much that the platforms would be doing more for each. You can always wish. Also, one thing, considering like social media, whatever my things, is that I hate that the stupid prank things are back. Like, actually, like, idiotic ones. Like, I will say that I have never been too big of a fan of pranks in general, because I just think that either you're bothering someone trying to, you know, live their lives, or it's staged, and why? Oh, you're boosted? I guess I check you. But yeah. It was so nice, and then it was quiet for a few years, honestly. Yeah. I mean, apart from kids, of course, because like it's probably the only ones that will be watching them, but yeah. But there has been so much like in the last like 3 months that people have been doing things that I won't even say that are even close to anything like a prank, that like actually are like stealing things. Or like bothering people in like store workers, whatever. Like, is that really pranking anymore? Or is it just like just you being extremely stupid? Of course, the best thing to do about those situations would not just be interested in them, but then again, kids. But yeah, it's just weird sometimes. I will say one thing though, that every single time that I see, you know, a kid's YouTube channel, whatever my thing, it almost always doesn't really feel like it should be. Because it's just like having something there that doesn't really, in my eyes at least, consider to be a kid's channel. There's just something about it. Oh, there's a boost of snow. But yeah, of course, people are gonna be doing stupid things if they are getting attention from doing stupid things. I'm glad that quite a good amount of people that like have been doing them in the past, like since they have grown up, they have stopped actually doing them. But then again, usually they are not the worst kinds. Usually the worst kinds, they just try to still keep everything going on as they were like a long time ago. Really like trying to be getting things to be working. It's just this a little sad like that. Oh. Oh, hello. Do be loving Vanilla Ice. It's definitely a Pokemon that I want to hunt at some point. Yeah. Because I was thinking, like a long time ago, that I was thinking of hunting Vanillite at some point during summer someday, because you know, ice cream and summer. Making sense. Oh, there's another one there. Also, one thing that I didn't even like it wasn't my intention to be doing it. Is that I'm running with the ghost type. So it means that present shouldn't be doing anything because it's a normal type move, right? Like I was just, having it in the front anyways, and if for whatever reason I can't run away from things, I should be able to be run away from things, because it is indeed a ghost type that thankfully can be running away from everything nowadays. It's such a nice feature. Yeah, because then you don't need to really care too much about like something like run away or that you need to be high enough in levels. You can just run away from things if you have a ghost in front, which makes sense, of course. Like, why can ghost be running away from things? Why couldn't they be running away from everything? Same thing why it makes sense that Arena Trap doesn't work on, flying Pokemons. It just makes sense. I honestly will say that I would wish that there would be more moves that you could be ending battles with. Like, you could be using a certain move and it would be having a chance to be ending each. There is a decent amount of them, of course, but why couldn't there be more? Is my question. Why couldn't there be more moves? Like, if you know that, like, for whatever reason, there would be at some point a Pokemon with an ability that it literally can't run away from things for whatever reason. And that Pokemon to be knowing a move that it can use to be running away from things, I think that would be quite cool. Always gotta be loving interesting things. Oh, and there's nowhere. Nice. I will say one thing though, because as I was talking about it before, that there is the special outbreaks in Scarlet and Violet for Delibird. I think it's one of the more boring ones. Because most of the other ones that have been with the boosted odds, that they at least have like evolutions and such, which makes them like more worthwhile. Because like, apart from getting like a cool mark, why would I be wanting to be getting 10 Delibirds? Because like with Flabebe, for example, there is all the forums if you're interested in that. Same with all Creamy, it has so many forums. They both make sense, but like, yeah, I want 10 Delibirds. Because it's such a good Pokemon in battles. Sometimes it can even be healing the opponent. I would honestly wish that I don't know what else like Present could be doing. I would wish that Present would be doing like more like interesting things. Of course, there's the thing that depending on like how good is it, how much damage you're gonna be taking. But I would wish that there would be like more like different things it could be doing. Yeah. Delibird is one of those Pokemons. As it is, honestly, for quite a good amount of Gen 2 Pokemons, that they are pretty much just a gimmick. They don't do like anything too interesting. They're just a gimmick, basically. A Smeargle, for example, that is similar. I mean, I understand that it was, you know, the second generation, they wanted to be more experimental with things. And they still do it every once in a while, like make unique things for Pokemons, but I'm thankful that even though they are making unique Pokemons, those unique Pokemons, they are at least somewhat good in battles. They are okay, you know? And not just like, here is a Pokemon that is very gimmicky. Good luck. I guess I will say one thing, Delibird is one of the worst Pokemons in general. It just doesn't attack well at all. Oh, another Delibird. Nice. I know with KOing I would be having a better chance. But I can't be bothered with it. Oh. Not a female fossil. Huh? There's been a ridiculous amount of them in a short while. Yeah. Oh, another one? Another one to be female? Jeez. Even though I have never used Omora or Auroras in like a playthrough team, because they are really not available in too many games. But I just absolutely love the design and everything about it, apart from it being very weak to fighting. That's the only, like, bad thing in my opinion. That it's just so weak to fighting. I would absolutely love to use it one day. It's just, yeah, it's just haven't been in a game that it would be reasonable to be using it early on, you know? It is nice still that they have made fossil Pokemon to be more reasonable to be getting. I will say one thing that I'm a little bit surprised about is that considering that Terrarium that, you know, the second part of the DLC was based on in Scarlet and Violet, it's, you know, man-made build and everything. I'm surprised how little fossil Pokemon there is. Considering that, you know, almost every single fossil is available in Crown Tundra, which I don't think that is the most suitable location for everything, considering that it is... Like, even if not every area is cold, it's still, like, overall quite cold. Considering the large amount of... like, ice and snow that is available in. So I think overall this would be quite a cold place. I still quite like it though that there is indeed. No, I haven't done anything since Wednesday on that. We'll be taking a little bit of a break from each. I will be getting back to it at some point next week, I would like to say. It really depends on how, of course, like, everything goes. You know, holidays and such. But yeah, it really depends. Do I want to be continuing the Delibird or not? Because I just want to hunt Delibird for, you know, just before Christmas. Kind of what I did do last year as well. It means that I most likely will not be ending this one. Because I can just, you know, pick it up next year then. Yeah, it would. I was thinking that after, like, if I would be getting this, I probably, like, next year would be hunting something else that would be fitting as well. Don't know really what it could be, because of course the Delibird is the most fitting one. And there's a lot of other ones. Technically, if you go with the anime, I could be going for Chinks, because there was an episode with Chinks. And it was kind of a Christmas special. It was weird. It was very weird indeed. Oh. Lovely hitbox. I didn't even need to move. You gotta love it. You gotta love it indeed. It is quite likely though that I will be switching back to doing like once or twice a week the Dynamax adventures. As I said, this week is a little bit more special because I'm gonna be on break, of course, for a few days, most likely. The thing is that I still don't have anything for Christmas Day. But I might just, you know, just be chilling because it's nice sometimes to just be. I just don't have anything then. Yet at least. Maybe there is something that comes up. The thing is that I'm weirdly kind of tempted to just see how many daily birds I would be able to get from the special outbreaks, but at the same time not really. Yes, I just personally don't care because it's, in my opinion, for my liking, a little too good odds. I don't know the exact odds, but I know that they are special boosted ones. And usually with Pokemons, knowing Pokemon games, it is ridiculously compared to usual. Yeah. The thing is though that would it be getting boring after like a while though? And the problem with that is, as well as I said, it doesn't evolve. If it would be having something else special, then it would be a lot cooler to be hunting it, in my opinion. One thing I will say that would have been very interesting with that, I know that they are doing, oh god, they are doing Iron Bundle in the raids, if I remember correctly, at the same time. It would have been interesting if there would have been a possibility for Iron Bundle outbreaks. Does it make too much sense? No, but why not? Like, I understand that they don't want the Paradox Pokemon to be running about. But why not though? As I said before, it's not like there hasn't been Pokemons escaping Area Zero before. Oh. Because, yeah, with the boosted special outbreaks that Scarlet and Violet has, it's quite likely that you will actually be seeing 2 shinies at once. It is very likely. I will say that I would consider that for... oh. I would say that I would personally be like saying that could be like value shinies going down, even though I don't believe in that shinies have any value apart from you or the person who catches them anyways. It is still a very stupid argument, I don't get it. Each their own, I guess, but... yeah. But yeah, people are saying though that Game Freak is kind of doing this in purpose, like getting rid of the in quotes value of shiny Pokemon. Which I don't mind because for me, shiny is a shiny, I don't care. But yeah, because the thing is that they just mostly don't want you to be, wasting your time. That's why they probably did make the all for all types the sandwich boost anyways. So you will be getting one extra roll for shinies. Yeah. The same reasoning, I think, that why the legendaries are shiny locked, the returning ones in Scarlet and Violet as well. Like, sure, I will say that it's a cool gimmick and everything, but then again, like, I completely understand that, it is indeed quite a waste of time. It is quite a waste of time indeed, but then again, people have been and people will most likely always be into collecting rare things anyways, whatever it shall be. And isn't part of the games to just be having fun. And fun can be so much different from person to person. And I will say one thing as well, since people are very much hating on overworld shinies. As I said, I couldn't care less whichever method I will be getting them in. Most likely. Sometimes I will be bothered if I will be getting too many mass outbreak shinies, but anyways. But then again, I will say that since the introduction of overworld shinies, there has definitely been a lot of like new cool channels be created from there, because you can do cool cinematic shots, stuff like that. Oh. Unfortunately, you can't really do them anymore in Scarlet and Violet, but it's still a cool thing. As I said, I absolutely love the overworld aspect of Pokemon games, because you can really see how Pokemons are interacting with the environment. That's why I kind of wish that, like, in the next main series Pokemon game, they would be having, like, Pokemon's react, like, having a different feeling in different areas. Snowrun actually is one of the best examples, since, it's always cold when it's in a cold area. Like, why couldn't it be acting differently if it would be in a warm area? Like, why couldn't it be acting like it's not cold? This is just cool to be seeing indeed. How different Pokemons are reacting to different areas. And I kind of wish that they will be going for it, that depending on the area that they are in, some Pokemon at least would be reacting differently. Because it just makes sense. Of course, I understand that, like, not every Pokemon needs to be getting each. Another cool way to be making, like, reacting to different environments as well would be that if like certain Pokemons would be slower depending on is it too cold or is it too like warm. Another thing that I know that they probably never are gonna be changing, because it would be a little big of a change to be making for such a small T-tail, is that I would wish there would be more different like animations that Pokemon are playing when they are you know, in the battle scenes. It's not like they are bad or anything, I would just wish that there would be a little bit more variety. There is for sure, like, they are doing different animations and stuff like that. But I would wish they would be having more, like, just regular or, like, default, just being there animations. I would wish that Pokemon games, like at some point again, would be having, I guess, more of like different feeling stories. Like, sure, there has been difference in all the Gen or the Alola games, the Galar games, and the Paldea games. There has been differences, but I don't know why, but they kind of at the same time feel the same. Weirdly. I don't know what it is about it, they just kind of feel the same. So I would definitely wish that there would be, like, I guess more of a unique story. It's not like Pokemon games have always been having too much of a unique story, because, like, of course it's gonna be like certain aspects that are, they just are gonna be the same no matter what game are we gonna be playing. Like, you start as a relatively young dude and then defeat the league and defeat the evil team. Yeah, I don't mind that it's the gym thing. It is completely fine with me, but I would just wish that there would be the story that is going on would be different. Or more different from game to game. I don't just say, I know that a bunch of people are complaining that we don't have, like, an actual like evil team. I don't want like evil team like, I don't know, Team Rocket or whatever. But I will say that I would wish to be having more of an evil team compared to just be having some angry dudes that are upset about it, upset about things. Like this, like the things that they do, they don't need to be too like crazy, but like make them feel like they are an evil team, even though they kind of have been going away from evil team and in my eyes just to be having an annoying group of people. It's not like I mind like the evil teams anyways. I will say one thing though, that the yeah, they are mostly indeed like that. I will say that I will kind of want like Joe's evil team thing to be better in this game. Like surely like you can kind of see that Rose is not the greatest person in this game. But it just feels so weird that it's just thrown at you like the whole evil team thing at the end. Nothing else, it's just an evil team at the end, or it's just thrown into your face. But yeah. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Because like the thing is that like I still don't really feel that there is an evil team in Scarlet and Violet. And like seeing how things are going, they most likely are trying, at least from like what I feel like, they're trying to be getting rid of an evil team. Which I guess would be fine if they would have been starting that way, but since, you know, in every Pokemon game, ever since there has been Pokemon games, there has been an evil team. It just feels odd if we don't have any evil team. Yeah. Because if they would have started without having any evil teams, it would be fine. Because, like, of course, it's a little odd, like, every single time that you start your adventure, there is always an evil team doing things. Just conveniently at the same time as you start things. But yeah. I just would wish that it would be like planned better. I think like one thing that they definitely could be doing better with evil teams is that make them again be having like a reasonable background, like why are they doing things? And like make them make sense, why are they doing the things that they are doing? I mean, there is always an explanation for every single one of them for sure, but yeah, I guess make them more make sense, like how long they have been planning to do those things that they are doing when you are in the story, you know? Oh. It's always interesting to see though what they will be coming up with in each game. Because I will say that I like that every single Pokemon game feels different enough, but it's still like same. Because sometimes with like series of games, it's the problem that at some point they just don't really feel like what they should be feeling like. Which is of course eventually gonna be happening to any game because you know, if you want to be, in my opinion, making a good game, you should really be like keeping up what's going on like in the gaming world. You just, in my opinion, can't really be just doing the same thing over and over again. Like, sure, people are gonna be excited about it and will be willing to be buying things and such, but yeah. It is nice that they feel unique enough, but at the same time they feel connected. Yeah. I kind of miss one thing though in Pokemon games, even though it would be very repetitive if they would be doing it. I'm kind of missing the, like, that they are mentioning that, you know, you're this and this age, and in this and this age you're gonna be starting your adventure as such. Like, I don't think that it should be in every game, but you know, every once in a while it could be a thing. Or it could be like hinted differently. But yeah. As I said, even though it's most likely never gonna be happening, knowing what audience Pokemon are like going for, I would still kind of wish we would be able to have on a game someday a old player. And I don't think that it's honestly that far-fetched, especially anymore, since some of the friends, whatever, are quite old. Like Arwen is, at least I see Arwen to be quite old. So it's not like it's too far-fetched for that anyways. But yeah, it's most likely that we are not gonna be able to play as too old of characters, because of course it is indeed meant to be that we are relatively young and such. It would be quite cool. One game that it definitely could be working for in a weird way, now that I think about it, could be Legends game. Because like Legends games, or Legend Arceus, it doesn't really make too much sense. So like, if it doesn't make too much sense anyways, why not we just throw that you as a playable character are like an older one? Because then the story could technically be like that you did have your journey when you were younger and then you were like going back to a little adventure later on and then you did get caught up some things and boom, you're in the past now. I don't mind that, like, in Legends Arceus you're basically playing at the same age as, you know, as the dudes are in, Chino. But this, at the same time, shouldn't, like, wouldn't it be making sense if they would be a little bit older? Because of course I understand that in Pokemon games we don't age. But at the same time, why couldn't it be just a thing? But then again, you never know, maybe one day. It's just very unlikely that we will be getting to be the opportunity to play as an older character. As I said, because of course Pokemon games are meant for kids. Which is, like, speaking of, like, Pokemon games are meant for kids, I understand the argument that, you know, Pokemon games are too easy, whatever. But at the same time, as I said, they are meant for kids. It's not gonna be the nicest thing for them to be making too hard of a game. And then again, the good thing about Pokemon that it is quite flexible. You can make a challenge, and it can be like you can make the game yourself harder. Like, surely what is, like, what is saying that you can't be using a team of only Sunkern? Nothing. You can't use a whole team of just Sunkerns. I would like to say that that's gonna be quite difficult. Or like, there has been also like one of the, like, for me, the most interesting challenges that I have seen in Pokemon games that people are doing, because I will probably do like some challenges like that at some point. But at the same time, it's not like the thing that I'm interested in personally. But it's always so cool to be seeing people to be creative with like things like that. Like they are beating the game with the weakest team possible, basically. I find it very interesting because, like, how are they gonna be getting through the difficult things? Of course, one of the easiest things would be to overlevel, but usually those also will be saying like no overleveling if it's not like actually necessary. But yeah. There's a bunch of different ways to be making Pokemon games to your liking. And probably the coolest thing is as well that you can make them to be like more interesting without like doing anything to be modifying the game as well. I guess most games, especially nowadays, they are kind of requiring you to be modifying the game with mods or whatever to be making them more unique. Which is of course fine with me because like if you want to be making the game like more unique that way, then you do you. I will say that with most games, I like to play just the, the regular old game. Or in just like some situations if because I just don't like mod a game or have a mod in the game myself that just slightly makes things different. I personally will be preferring the ones that I will be making the game quite a bit more different than it usually is. Then again, it is always up to personal preference, of course, but I just personally, if I will be playing a game with mods, I would like it to be quite different from usual game mechanics. It's one of the only games that I do be playing with mods every once in a while is Minecraft, because they are just so different from the base game. They're still like, of course, I mean the base game to be the base. Surprise, surprise. But they are indeed still like feeling like they could be technically a different game. Yeah. But then again, each to their own. If you would like to be having the almost exact same thing, then sure. One thing that I will say that I personally be finding a little bit strange when like speaking mod things is that some games kind of make like if the world looks different that it's a mod, because I'm just thinking that like it's not a mod, it's just basically it's just a recoloring of the place. But I get it, because in most games you need to actually be like making a different mod for each. You can't just be like easily at least be like changing textures. And yeah. I will say though that some mods for some games, they are very interesting. And there is definitely a variety on strange mods. One thing I'm glad about though in mod things for games is that they are quite well like monitored, like which is and which isn't allowed. I guess because there was at one point in quite a big game quite a bit of talk about questionable mods. So that could be definitely helping with that. But I will still say that I absolutely love those games that whoever is making the game is fine with the like mods being a thing. Of course, mods they don't work in every game. But in some games they do be working quite well, and I'm glad that most of the time they are like whoever is making the game is fine with it. And they are most of the time anyways quite excited about things because they are like thinking that, hey, that's a cool way to be adding that thing. And it's interesting that sometimes whenever there is a mod to a game, it might actually end up being like a feature at some point, which I find cool, especially if, you know, whoever made the mod is fine with it. I mean, the thing is, though, the unfortunate part is that I'm pretty sure if you make a mod to a game, like, technically, yeah, it is yours, but at the same time, you did use a game as a base. So technically also whoever is making the game is also technically owning it. Alright, so you know. It's a weird thing. But yeah, it is indeed very nice. Very nice indeed, the full content that dudes can make sometimes. Because for example in Minecraft there has been like a lot of things that have been added first through the mods and then they have been added later. Later as a features into the game. But the thing is with like in certain situations as well, it's the thing in my opinion at least that like if the thing isn't too specific, then it's, you know, not that unique feeling. For example, there is like countless ores like added to Minecraft. Like people, and like some of them have been added later to be an actual ore. Like ores were in the Minecraft already, so yeah. But thankfully most of the time like features are added to the games. From like mods, whatever. They are like at least not like direct copy of the what was the mod about. Yeah. Oh my god. Bear. Oh, thanks for being here. Have a great day then. Hope you have good luck if you're hunting for the EV. Or whatever you will be. Whatever you will be hunting indeed. Hello there. Oh. It's Beldam. Haven't seen you too much today indeed. Yeah, I think I will be able to do indeed a decent amount of checks with having Snow and Amora, and of course the Deliver to be there. I could technically have a Cryogonal there as well, but not really feeling it today. Not really feeling it today, indeed. Is that a boosted snow I see there? Most likely is. So I do be seeing the boost, but I don't see the Pokemon. I do be loving the flying sound that you do be getting from the Delibird. Why isn't Delibird in Dynamax Adventures? Wouldn't it be the best Pokemon to be having there? The one that most definitely can do a lot of damage. Most definitely. Exactly my thoughts. It is still weird to me that Delibird was at one point a version exclusive. Like, it's not like it doesn't make too much sense to be a version exclusive. Because the thing is that at the same time, like, who really wants to be going for it? Especially considering that it's not too easy to be found in the first place, like when it was introduced in. It was not easy to be found. I will say though that even though, as I said, Delibird is not the greatest Pokemon in battle, but I'm thinking that if it would be available like decently early on, I think in the early game it could be like quite okay. It of course has the thing going on that it is indeed a fully evolved Pokemon, so by nature it is going to be quite good. Because it's probably gonna be having a better stat than first stage Pokemons. It is not always the case though. But it's more likely that it's gonna be having better stats because of that. But yeah. It is what it is. I mean, I will say one thing that is a little unfortunate about Delibird is the moveset. It's not too good. It has definitely become a better one for sure. It's definitely become a better one with moves, but like, yeah. It is a little bit of a shame though. As I said, I personally quite like the thing that, you know, it is having like kind of a gimmick thing. Unfortunately, one of the weakest gimmick Pokemons there ever is going to be. I will say one thing that I'm a little bit surprised about Delibird is that it at least does learn things with TMs, like a decent amount. Is there anything too crazy there? Absolutely not. But, I mean, it can at least be learning things. Which is very nice, indeed. So some Pokemons that literally can only learn one move, and the one move that they learn is quite bad. And the thing is as well, I don't think that it did start to be having, yeah, going from Generation 7 onwards, it did only then start to be having drill back in the moveset. So it is again one of those like quite new additions. Honestly, in Generation 7 and Generation 8, there has been a lot of Pokemons that have been getting better movesets. As I said, with the Beldum, for example, it doesn't only have a takedown, it only has tackle now. Which is still absolutely hilarious that that's the case. Because you still can be saying no to it, which with the funny move of being ghost type. Oh, isn't really meant to be boosting there. Mhm. It's absolutely lovely to just see Omora's head there poking out. Lovely. Also, since I have been going on in the ice path, I think, or whatever, I'm playing in Soul Silver anyways. I don't know why, but Delibird in that game, it really wants to be female, or like any Pokemon in general. They really want to be female. And again, even though I did know that it wasn't a possibility that I could be having Q-Charm or anything like that, was just like, I needed to double check that I don't have a Q-Charm, right? Because now I have a Chogebi that has Hustle. Definitely not the greatest ability, but it is quite fine, I guess. Not the most useful ability on that Pokemon, I would like to say. Then again, it doesn't really matter too much now, does it? Nah. It doesn't indeed. There's been honestly a decent amount of Delibirds. Considering that it is indeed a 5%. I mean, I will say though, I'm quite lucky with especially 5% Pokemons. Like, more than I think I should be. Do I mind it? Absolutely not. It's just interesting. Of course, it makes sense that I have only seen two 1% Pokemons, considering that I'm only at like 250 encounters. Math-wise, you know, checks out. It is indeed interesting sometimes how many dudes you can find. I don't know why, but I would find it very interesting if we would be having... Oh. I was just able to hit it. Nice. I think it would be quite interesting to be having a location in a Pokemon game where every Pokemon would be like either 1 or 2%. Of course, it would be meaning that there is like 100 different Pokemons there. But I think it would be quite cool. Maybe it could be like a location where they are like having all the rare Pokemons, but they are then all rare there. But at the same time, they would be equally as rare. Imagine having a location like that. Or like kind of revisit the thing that we did have on Gen 5, that you could be flipping the encounter table. Like the thing that is common is not as common, and things that are rare are more common, you know. I think having something like that would be quite cool again. I just unfortunately think that it's quite unlikely because, like, ever since the most that you can do about changing the spawn things is that you can make certain Pokemon to be more likely to be appearing with like either like increasing spawns with the ability with like type wise, or the same thing but like boosting the likelihood of higher level Pokemon. Which is definitely an interesting side effect, like what Imitate and stuff like that has, that it will be giving you a higher chance to be finding in higher level Pokemons. Which I find very interesting. And I kind of would wish that there would, I don't know, that could be like a cool mechanic maybe for some game in the future. I think it would be like the gimmicky feature of the game. And it would be the only way to be getting certain Pokemons. Even though that's the thing that people don't like about Pokemon games too much, that there is a very weird way to be getting certain Pokemons. In general, also, that's the 4 Audino. I'm technically over odds for the amount of Audinos I should be seeing. Technically. You know what would be absolutely hilarious? To be finding the shiny Audino. It would be absolutely ridiculous to be finding it. While I'm looking for the 5%, I will find the 1%. It would be quite hilarious indeed. Anyways. I will say that I'm always looking forward to whatever is in the region, like cool in quotes hidden mechanics. Because some of them, of course they are like actually hidden and you would need to kind of go out of your way to be finding them. Sometimes they are not the coolest things though, unfortunately. But yeah. Newbie what it do be indeed. Oh, Dragonal, how are you? Cool to be seeing you around. Oh. Guess since you have the aura around you. I gotta wonder one thing though, since even though curry making is, it is like shown to you that you can make curry, you know. But I wonder like how easy it would have been able to be found, like the curry hunting is a thing without the internet, because like it is decently rare to be getting anything with the curry method. It's still a cool thing. It's just so frustratingly frustrating. I think it's a cool mechanic in general, though. And that is one of the ways that you can get the rarer things on the route to be more likely. But I would like to be getting, you know, a little bit easier way. Maybe, you know, just slightly easier way. One thing I will say that I would be interested to know, like, how many Pokemon players to breeding which only like having the two Pokemon that like the same Pokemon, like trying to breed like that. Because the thing is, because like using Digio is such a well-known thing, so people might be going for them. And also, like, most of the Pokemons that you most likely will be trying to do it on, it's easier to be, or more likely to be getting the male one instead of the female one. Speaking of breeding, I think it's so cool that depending on the parent Pokemons, you can be getting like somewhat of unique moves to people or Pokemons. It's just, it's very interesting that they decided to add each. I don't think that I personally will ever be using that, because I couldn't care too much about them. It's very interesting. And again, one of those things that... how easy would it be just accidentally come across it, you know? Like, how easy it would be just, like, accidentally do each. It would sometimes be very interesting to know how differently people are playing games. How different people are discovering things. Very interesting indeed. Hello there. Because I know that there's a lot of people still, like, nowadays that in games in general that they want to figure things out for themselves. They don't want to be using any guides or whatever. To be fully respecting that, and I will say I like to do that in some amounts as well. For example, it's very much the case with like either achievements or collectible things. I would absolutely love to be finding them myself instead of like watching a guide where you can find them. As you know, it is sometimes fun to just be exploring yourself, see where things are, and think that, hey, this makes absolutely every sense that can be, you know, it does indeed. But yeah, I guess with achievements is the thing that I'm willing to try to look for them myself. If there is like decent amount on the information on the details, like how do you get it and such. Because as I said, it's quite cool to be finding things on your own. To me, that to just like watch what's the answer to whatever my thing. It is unfortunate sometimes nowadays that sometimes it seems like even though you're not looking for the answer, you're just accidentally getting it, you know? Since you know, getting information out, it's indeed quite easy, and it's not like there is only few people that can access things, you know? It is quite nice indeed. Hmm. But yeah, I'm the type of person that do be indeed be liking when games have puzzles or some other things similar that you need to solve yourself. As I said, there needs to be a decent amount of hints, like where you should be going, in my opinion. It can't be like too vague about the information. You know, having a like decent amount of the information is very nice indeed. And yeah. I know it's I know it's not everyone's favorite thing, but I think I quite like those kinds of puzzles as well that have the thing that you would need to remember what happened before. So, you know, then, like, you would be rewarded from listening to things. I will say that I wish that those wouldn't be too much of, like, mandatory things. If it's not, like, a thing that you can just redo whenever, you know. If you can redo it as many times as you would like, then fine by me. But yeah, I would kind of be preferring indeed if we would be having that being a thing indeed. Oh, let's do snow runs in here. Yeah, I don't know why. Snowrun, you do be in my mind a lot today about the temperature thing that in Pokemon they should be reacting to different temperatures differently. I guess you could be also be having a cool regional form. Oh, what it could be. But I would probably quite like it indeed. Definitely make you even more of a unique of a Pokemon than you already are with your evolution thing. I wonder if they will be actually bringing back the evolution happening on a different generation thing. Like with a big gap, that is. Not just immediate after the previous generation, you know. Like imagine if we would be getting on Gen 10 a evolution for Gen 2 Pokemon. Would definitely be indeed interesting to be that going on. But then again, they tend to like to make it. They tend to like nowadays to be making evolutions only for regional forms. Which of course makes sense. Nothing wrong with it and such. It would be quite cool as well to be. Quite cool as to be getting as well to be having. One for a long time ago to be getting a evolution. As I said, unfortunately, it is quite unlikely. Especially because they have wanted to be starting to do things quite a bit differently compared to what they have been doing in the past. But yeah, it would be interesting to see again though. I wouldn't mind it personally at all. Wouldn't mind it personally at all. Maybe again one day we will be able to get a split evolution that is gender dependent, like with Glalie and Crosslass things. Not like it has like split evolutions depending on gender, but having a like in the generation afterwards there would be a evolution for only for one gender. Would be quite interesting to be seeing indeed. We shall see though, we shall see. Maybe one day. Should be far enough away. No. I like that when the Pokemons are appearing, they're very small for the first few seconds. One thing that I will say that I would kind of wish to be in Pokemon games though, more often. You know, following Pokemon are cool and everything like that. But I think it would be cool every once in a while to be able to like turn it off, like they wouldn't be able to follow you. Of course, as I said, it's a cool thing and I like it, but what if you don't want your Pokemon to be following you around everywhere? What if you don't? And especially like it's not done the greatest in this game that they're, you know, teleporting as such. And they are relatively slow. Of course, some Pokemon make sense to be slow anyways, but it would be nicer if they would be... If they would be indeed. If they would be indeed there. Better. Or that you could be just saying that don't follow me around more often. In the games that you can actually like say no, it's so nice. Oh. I thought I was far enough away. Because I just find it very cool that you can indeed be turning them off in some games. Then they are not gonna be in your way. Thankfully, I will say that much, that in this game, if Pokemon is following you, it's never on your way. Because, oh god, those games that you need to be waiting until it's far enough away from you or like push it in order to be getting somewhere. Oh god. I don't like that myself. Gonna be checking this norm first. Who did I go past before? I will say one thing. I have never really liked the concept of a roadblock Pokemon or Pokemons that are like, you know, blocking your road, whatever. I don't mind the concept of it. Like, I like how it is done in Scarlet and Violet, that there is just... You know, in some places there is like fixed spawns that the Pokemons try to be a wall, but they're really not at the end. They really are not like a wall at all. And yeah, I like those quite a bit indeed. Because like, why wouldn't they be like that? I guess I would be wishing that more Pokemons... I guess I would be wishing that more Pokemons would be... like making sense that they would be building up walls like that. Cause I think if like... I think if Runa Leeches, whatever is the name of this Pokemon I'm using, I think you would be making sense to be building a wall. But I think it also would kind of require for you to be having slightly different variations with the design that you have. Doesn't need to be drastically different or anything, but you know, have more options, so you know, having a wall of them would be making more sense. Or it could be that like a real Runelicus would be like, you know, hiding there among them. So wall of things, and then there is like one like real one, and then you could be encountering it, you know. I think that would be quite cool indeed. Just have a feeling that my game might be broken because the amount of female Amoras is insane. I know it isn't, but it is just weird to be seen to be lucky like that. It is indeed. I know there's only a set amount of there's only a set amount of the gender ratio things in Pokemon games. But I just kind of am in the feeling that there definitely, especially nowadays, could be more different ones. Like, of course, I understand that in the beginning there wasn't too many of them, but I think nowadays there definitely could be more of them. There definitely could be more of them indeed. Oh. Didn't go far enough away and both of them were still there. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It would be quite cool indeed to be having different gender ratios. I guess my main complaint would be that I would wish that there would be more. I wish there would be more like male-only Pokemon. There's a lot of Pokemons that are more likely to be male than female. There's a lot of those. But I would kind of wish that there would be... There would be indeed be the possibility to be getting more things like that. Also, today has apparently been a ridiculous day about the boosted Pokemons. It's insane how many there has been. So cool. So cool indeed. Oh. Couldn't really react when you were spawning at the same time that I was trying to go there. Why did you be dodging? Hard to be dodging indeed. Encounter you and then see what is there afterwards and hope that the bear chick is not gonna be trying to run into me. I hope indeed. It's a delivery. Nice. I will say one thing that I'm a little bit disappointed by is that it's harder to see one cool like little detail about Delibird nowadays. And it's that the whites of the fur become a little bit on the yellow side. It is still noticeable, but it was definitely like very much sticking out before, you know. It's very much sticking out indeed. Which I find to be very interesting because, like, why yellow specifically? Could it be in something else? I don't know why, but I would absolutely love it when Delibird is shiny for the eyes to be changing colors as well. Don't know for what even. I just think that it would be quite cool. I mean, I will say that in general, I like when Pokemon have in their shiny form different colored eyes from the usual one. Oh, 5%, let's go. Yeah, but then again, I guess it is a little bit harder to do for something like Delibird compared to something like Omora. There definitely couldn't be the reasoning there that, you know, Delibird doesn't really have a color in the eyes. Then again, that could be quite interesting to be seeing at some point, honestly. Like, imagine when Pokemon is having, like, black parts, or like black is quite a dominant color in their colors. It would be quite interesting to indeed be seeing that a black color would be changing, like, completely to something else. It is already a thing with certain Pokemons, but I think it could be a thing a little bit more often. Because I don't know why, but I would absolutely see Delibird to be having, like, red eyes and also the, I guess, like, eye bags, you could call them, whatever is the thing around them. I just feel like that could be making sense. I will say one thing. I don't think that they would, like, of course, if they would have switched shinies, they would have switched them already. But I don't think that they would be switching Delibird shiny, even though it is definitely like they are treating it to be like, you know, Sancha and everything. With the present being the only move for quite some time and, you know, the appearance and everything. But I just don't think that they would be switching it up. I kind of would wish that we would be getting a tree Pokemon that would be turning green when it's shiny. I guess, like, the closest thing, like, to a Christmas tree Pokemon is, like, Snover and Above the Snow. Or, like, have a very green tree to be switching it to something cooler. It would be quite cool to be seeing at some point. Just about to turn around because it's a snow ranch. I'm also thinking about one thing weirdly is that since, you know, abilities like snow warning, it fails if there is already snow going about. What if you could actually stack them up? There would be like 2 points of damage. It would probably be unfair, but could be quite cool. Another thing that I think, even though it wouldn't be too nice to be actually be playing on each, that I would be finding interesting is that if in certain like weathers you could be getting kind of a status effect that would be fitting for each. Like, you would be able to freeze in when it's like there's a snowstorm. be getting burned if it's harsh sunlight. Things along those lines. That could be quite cool indeed. It's not like it doesn't make too much sense anyways. Speaking of that, I even though it probably is again like never gonna be happening a thing, like most of my ideas are because they are ridiculous and things along those lines. I think it would be quite interesting to be seeing, like, if Pokemon would be having certain abilities that they couldn't be getting certain status effects. Like, imagine if there would be a Pokemon that has, for example, World Absorb. For example, it couldn't be getting paralyzed. But then it like kind of makes me feel like if you have a lightning rod, you should be having more of a chance to be getting paralyzed. As you know, it's more likely to be hitting you lightning because you have a lightning rod. Definitely be interesting thing to be if they ever will be adding that to the games. I don't know with how many it would be actually working with, like ability wise and such. It definitely could be very interesting. It is kind of the thing that one, like, why there is so many different moves to be putting Pokemon to sleep. So many days, like at least 2. You can do it on the opponent, for example, but of course it's like certain like making Pokemon to sleep moves that they don't work on certain Pokemons. Because it's the case that any move that has like the word spore on it, I'm pretty sure that grass types are immune to it. Which makes sense. But it's very interesting indeed. Be having that to be a thing indeed. No. This is snow. It's not like there's another snow right next to it anyways. I was thinking that there's not gonna be another snow there for sure because there's... I can clearly see another one right next to it, this one. Then again, I guess since they are small Pokemons, why couldn't they be spawning close together? But then again, that logic doesn't really work because sometimes things are spawning way too close to each other and they don't really have time to be like fully in the screen because they are covered with another Pokemon straight away. The Vertig is still there. I don't understand the thing in this game though sometimes is that why sometimes do the Pokemons like immediately despawn? And sometimes you can go quite a good amount away and then come back and then they haven't like despawned. Lovely, more bear chicks. Oh. I have way too many Audinos. I mean, I know that I'm not encountering every Pokemon, but still. Way too many of them to be seen this early. I was kind of thinking that it seems like it could be possible that I could be getting 600 at least checks today, which is decent amount. It's not quite in the way that I was thinking to be getting to halfway to the odds. It's still pretty decent though. Still pretty decent. I think I might actually be continuing these ones after, you know, the Liberate Hunt is done. Like next year, that is, like keep these numbers on. Because last year, like, surely I was going for Delibird as well, but then I just, like, once I was done with going for Delibird, and I just switched into... And I just switched into doing Darumaka instead. But as I said, since I most likely will be going for Route 10 for that for now. At least for a phase, maybe 2. Depending on how nice the game is. But yeah. I'll most likely be going there indeed. It is nice though that you can nicely be switching locations for most Pokemons. It was the snow run. I was just about to say that after this I will be encountering the snow run, but I don't need to because I already encountered it. Weird hitboxes. And I will be immediately in the battle? No. Is that far away from the Amora then? Interesting. Very interesting. Still probably the coolest thing about the Omora is that I have a female shiny of that. It was with charm, but still it is indeed a fossil, so it is more likely to be male than female, so it is still like a decent thing. It is indeed a decent thing indeed. Oh yeah, boosted anyways. Would have encountered you. There's literally nothing that I could have done there. Would have been an encounter no matter what. No matter which way I would be turning. This they see you immediately when you're on the bike. Because they are very angry bears. Very angry indeed. I still think that we should be getting more bear Pokemons that would be on all fours instead of standing. I think that would be very nice. Of course, like, Pokemon-wise, I understand that, like, why they to be making them to be standing. But I just would like to be seeing more bear Pokemons to be running around more closer to the ground. I mean, I know that Beartic does do that when it starts to be running, but then again, for me, that is just like saying, like, why couldn't it be doing that already? Like, it clearly knows how to do it. Maybe there is gonna be a regional variant. It's always a possibility. Always a possibility to be getting a regional form, indeed. I don't know why. Speaking of, like, bears, I'm kind of thinking it would be cool to be having, like, an evil team or whatever. To be having, like, most, like, bear or bear-like Pokemons. Because usually, like, if there is an evil team, it uses, like, certain type of Pokemon. It's like what it started with. Then it did kind of go to be more of a unique thing what they have, like having more of like a Pokemon related to like cheering on some parts in the Team Yell department, for example. But yeah. Having an evil team that would be having bears as their Pokemons. It would definitely be an interesting idea one day to be getting it. What's like only snobs? Jeez. Only snobs there. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Nom? Where are you every spawn right now? Thank you. I mean, they could have been definitely snow runs there somewhere, but it was still ridiculous. There would be only snows and snow runs. Oh god. Lovely. I think it would be again to be cool to be seeing with like regional rodents, the thing going on that did go with no between Yangoose and Alolan Rattata. I think that would be quite cool to be seeing again. Because imagine if the regional rodent that we would be having for, well, the region would be like not the common out of the bunch. There would be like another regional rodent to be more common than that regional rodent. And the reasoning behind is like kind of similar to why the situation with the Yangoose and the Alolan Rattata is the way that it is. It's such a unique thing. Of course, it's just like mostly with the Pokédex, and as I said, it's like 50-50 anyways, because in the daytime it's the other one, on the nighttime it's the other one. But like, what if it would be just like the same thing, but just make another regional rodent to be more likely to be there. What if it's the case? We have there in every game there has been a pet rat in the games, but it just has been so rare that no one has ever seen one. That would be kind of cool. As I said before, I think it would be quite unique, but very unlikely that we would be getting a Pokemon that like you can't get yourself at all, but some like rival or whatever is gonna be using it only. It is very unlikely that that's going to be the case, even though there has been, to say the least, interesting evolutions lately. I don't mind the unique evolutions in like general as an idea. It's just somewhere the kind that I would wish that they would be slightly easier to be doing and understanding. I like there's a cool mechanics to be evolving Pokemons nowadays. Then again, it has always been the thing that there has always been like not just level up Pokemons or evolutions, I guess. It's always been at least like stones. And then there is the unfortunate thing that there's some like evolution methods or I guess items as well are like choose specific for the Pokemons, as I said. I'll talk about it a lot. I just feel like it's a shame. Like with the Milcery spinning around a thing, for example. That's a thing. Then like with there's the only this Pokemon can be evolving with this item, either with trading or giving it to each. Like I understand that of course they like in quotes need to be adding new items. But then again, it's a shame that they're still keeping it up, because I think it could like be make sense in that side with that. There is just something about these regions, like Firestone for example. Like it's different from like usual Firestones for example, and that's the reason why this Pokemon can evolve with Firestone in here but nowhere else. That could be interesting. Oh. 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 Oh, it's a system. No, there's no round. Who was hiding? How dare you be hiding? It's not like I want to be encountering you. You know those weird things that for whatever reason just randomly just stuck into your brain and it just doesn't seem to be making too much sense that it does? For me it's kind of the type chart. Of course now I like it makes more sense because I'm doing so many Dynamics adventures, for example. But like even before it, I was like quite good at it, and I don't think that I was like usually you remember the things that you're interested in, but I don't think that I'm that interested in the type charge. Like sure it is helpful to know it and stuff like that, so you know what to use against which Pokemon. But the thing is that it's not really too necessary anymore anyways. Because once you have, like, battled the Pokemon once, you know already the type matchup for it. Which is definitely a nice feature, I will say, because sometimes especially if the Pokemon has dual typing, it can be hard to remember like what is the one move to be affecting it by. But for whatever reason, I was just remembering it well. As I said, I have never ever really been a person that likes to be doing battles, for example. They are not my thing. Like actual like battles against the actual people. Story-wise, yeah. Of course, I kind of need to be going past the story anyways. But like Dynamax Adventures, they were definitely one of the first ones that I never like, or that I have ever really been like that the type chart would be making sense for me to be remembering each. But of course, I know that I don't know it perfectly. I probably will never be. Because as I said, dual typings, they are sometimes very confusing. Like, you need to remember, like, does this resist this or not? Because, like, you know that it's super effective against one of the types, and then you're, like, thinking, but is it actually neutral, though? Is it actually neutral? It is, of course, good to be knowing it, I'm not saying that, but, like, sometimes it certainly can be interesting. The things that you remember. It is weird how brain works. That you remember the things that you think are like more useful for you rather than the things that would be more useful. Definitely not me struggling in school with that. Because it's just like surely like I did read things and I did listen and everything. But it's just like I guess I just didn't care enough to know them. It is, you know, kind of those like that I have seen lately a lot that people don't know things like in exams, but when they play games they are using the same thing in the game and then they know it perfectly. Weird how brain works. Isn't it? But I guess it always is the question that, like, how the question is asked sometimes. Because, like, the question itself could be, like, easy to, like, solve what it is, you know, let you try to solve, you know. But the way that it's asked is confusing. And you just don't like understanding that, but then when you have it in like in a game, for example, then you're just like, yeah, it works like this. That's why I still think that the education system, at least in here, should be updated. Because it's just a thing that not everyone learns by reading. I would wish that there would be more places that you would be like using things in like a practical use instead. Some things are like that indeed. Did I hear a delibird somewhere? But I heard like a faint cry of delibird. Not completely sure. Okay, or is it a gnome somewhere? I think it's a gnome somewhere then. There is no such thing as delibirds in here though, so it was just hearing things. Nice. I mean, it could have definitely despawned as well. They sometimes should be doing, as I said, the weird, like, very quick despawn thing. Thankfully, there was enough room to be encountering this snow run. Lovely. Lovely indeed. Hello, Beldum. Wanna quickly check there. Yeah, there's no run there. Good to be checking then. I gotta wonder though how cool will be. How cool would be Runerigus be looking? I know that stone textures in Scarlet and Violet, they are not the best, but they're still like, of course, better than just, you know, the usual flash. But I think indeed Runerigus could be quite interesting one. Especially because there is quite a good potential that, you know, certain parts of it would be glowing. I would like to say. But then again, would there even be a way to be evolving? Would there even be a way to be evolving into Runerigus though? Seems a little too specific. I mean, I will say though that they have kind of gotten quite nicely around like two specific evolution methods in Scarlet and Violet. Like the strong and agile style thing, for example. And they have like moved it to be a different way. Different way that it is indeed working. Snow. Which is nice. They are, you know, not lost to time because of not having a stronger style and agile style. Also, why couldn't we be having strong and agile style still nowadays? I wonder, like, what is the reasoning? I mean, it could be because the Pokemons themselves, they didn't really see any usage of having them anymore or something like that. Could be. That. Oh my. This bear doesn't want to leave me alone. Well, I don't need to run away from you again, I guess. Find you avoided. It's a shame there was a boosted Pokemon there, but it did despawn. I mean, it is the one that I already have a shiny of, like, exactly from here anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just a little unfortunate thing. Just a little unfortunate thing indeed. I was very far away that explanation point was. Oh. Hello there, target. Lovely to see you around. Very lovely indeed. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if I would be getting something in here, I might not be going for another one. I don't know. Because it's always depending on, is it the one I'm looking for? And I would like to say that if I would be getting like enough of the shinies apart from the daily bird in here, I most likely would be switching into indeed a little bit better spot. As indeed in the main game there's like areas that are ridiculously filled with daily birds. As I said, I just find this to be more of a fitting place. You know, with all the snow on the background and everything. Be very cool. I will say one thing that I would kind of wish to be in games other than Pokemon Go is that during certain times of the year there would be like special background. Like nothing that it doesn't need to be switching like drastically, you know. Like having something a little bit more unique things going on the background. Oh. Oh my god. I'm so gonna be encountering that bear tick, by the way. Yeah. As I said, they don't need to be switching too much, but it would be nice. Of course, it's like quite unlikely that it's gonna be going on anymore, because it's not like there is specifically like a difference between being in the battle screen versus being just in the game normally. Like the kind that you're moving in. It's not like there is a... It's not like there is a big difference between the two. This is literally nothing. But yeah. It'd be quite cool, I guess. Oh no, you start to be having friendship, I see. See how it is. Doing your little dance already. Wow. Another thing that I don't completely understand why it is in the thing in Scarlet and Violet is a multi-battle witch with the, like, wild Pokemons. Like, of course I don't want, like, every battle to be like that, but maybe there could be, like, a like a chance that there could be like more Pokemon added if they are like indeed like more or less the aggressive kind. Or another way that I think would be quite cool is that, you know, some people like to run into you even though you are in a battle. What if those would be just added to the battle screen? Waiting there to be like 15 Choros there on one battle. You're trying to run away from all of them. But then again, like, why not though? Like, why can't there be like few more Pokemons than just the one? I know it's not really Pokemon games thing to be having multiple different wild Pokemon attacking at once. Or there is a very specific way to be getting them. But I think it would be quite cool though. That if there would be a slight chance that you would be getting into a multiple Pokemon, wild Pokemon fight at the same time. Or maybe there could be a way that you could be locking into them maybe after you have like, after you're in a battle, and then they would be like added there. I don't know. I just think that if we would be having that, then there wouldn't be the annoying thing of Pokemon running into you, you be in a battle, run away, and then be in an infinite loop of battles, you know? Daily bird, hello. I was just thinking a very frustrating thing if they would be doing it randomly into a Pokemon game. Is that you can only find the base form of the Pokemon, but if it is like only a single like literally not having an evolution kind of Pokemon, then there would be that hitbox. Then it would be like there would be an in-game trade for it. It would most definitely be frustrating. Oh my god, another one. Definitely be interesting. Would I like to see it? Not really. No, another one. I'm getting fairly lucky right now with the daily birds. Considering that there is another one on the background even. And these are always gonna be 5% because I'm not even KOing the one before. It's always a nice one. Oh. And it's the third boosted one of these already today. I will check one thing. We'll check one thing indeed. So I'm curious about it. Let's go to Pokédex. Just let's find Pokemons. I love to be finding Pokemons. Wonder where Vanillish is in here. The wild area is messing like where you, messing like when you can find things in. It's earlier in the decks. I know it's in the base game. There you are. You're very early on the decks. Wrong one, Vanillish. Only 4. Let's go for a Pokemon that I know for sure that I have defeated in Dynamax Adventures, like Satu. It's weird how that number works. As I said, I would find it quite cool if that if there would be a separate count for the like the Dynamax Adventures. Like it would be like a cool stat that you could be seeing. I've talked about it already. I think that would be quite cool. Would be quite cool indeed. No. I don't know, yeah, why I do be finding it quite nice that there is like in games there's certain like random things that the game is like keeping a track of that don't really make sense. Like why would they keep a track of them, you know? But I quite like that myself because they're like interesting to be seeing, like how many of this like thing I have been doing. It's indeed quite interesting. Another boosted. The game really wants to be giving me the second one of those, so I see. When it is only 5 that I have, like, the number of battle days, so it isn't like the chances are too high, but it is higher than usual. It is indeed definitely higher than usual. I will say one thing that like kind of goes with the number battle thing, increasing the shiny odds. I will say that I quite like the way that like the Pokédex thing like is working in Legends Arceus. You know, you need to be completing the entries to be getting a higher shiny chance and whatever. But you know, you can't just be collecting a bunch of points for a Pokemon, and it would be only be counting if you would be catching it. Like before that point, nothing would be changing. So you could technically be having almost everything completed to the Pokemon apart from like catching. The unfortunate thing is that I'm pretty sure you don't get points from each, so it would be quite useless. But if you try to not do too many of those tasks, then I guess you're in luck. Because, as I said, they shouldn't be counting towards that before you capture them. I will say though, still the people that want to be keeping Legend Shark queues full odds, like catching every shiny there in full odds, it is quite a task. Because in like this, some Pokemon that you battle so many times that it's quite likely that you will be going ahead and going to reach your level 10 with that. It's just like so much resetting and stuff like that. I mean, it is also the way the complete other way, like... I wonder if anyone has done it, like, to be trying to do, like, least amount of things to be getting a full completed Pokédex. So I would like to say that that's decently hard. Because if you want to be the most optimal with that, you need to be KOing a Pokemon with a certain fire move, with a certain Pokemon, with a certain style, so you know you'll be getting the maximum amount of points. The unfortunate part is that you're, especially with the move-wise, you're probably gonna be... you can't be too optimal with them. But I wonder, like, what is the... like the most optimal that you could be? Try to do the least amount of things to be perfect in the Pokédex, or like getting everything to research level 10 even. Because I would like to say that that is also decently hard. There's some that are easier than others. Like there is at least 2 freebies in my eyes. And those are Unknown and Arceus, because there is only a certain amount of tasks and they are very easy to be doing. Then as I said, there is the ones that you need to be using a move in a certain style, like legendaries. It's the only way to be getting their thing up. Pokédex entries up, because you can only catch one of them. Surprise, surprise. Because it would have been quite mean for them to be putting that you need to be trading the legendary into the game. Technically you can, but like it would be quite mean. Considering the way that I personally see Legends Arceus to be, is that you don't need to be doing trading. Really interesting things. That would definitely, because like I will say that Legends Arceus is one of those games that I would personally be finding like making an interesting Pokemon challenge to be of course, challenging. Because of course it's the usual that you would only this Pokemon or with this type, or could this dude be defeating with the team that it uses in a battle somewhere to be defeating everything. Those kinds of things. It is quite interesting. Because I will say one thing that perfecting Pokédex in Legends Arceus, it doesn't really do anything apart from like feeling that you have done everything in the game. That is like the only thing that you actually will be getting from it, because it's just no use. It's just no use to doing it. Surely you will be getting extra, like, shiny chance, but I don't really see a reason for that, especially because, like, you need to be doing so many things, and the boost that you get is decently good, but at the same time, like, is it worth the trouble sometimes? Like, I understand if you're hunting for like one specific Pokemon and you want to perfect it and to be getting the optimal chance, like if you are going for like a certain alpha, for example, then it's completely understandable that you would be wanting to perfect it, speed up the process and everything along those lines. But in general, I just don't really see a reason for that. I know that there is decent amount of people that have either done it or like are in the making of doing it. And I will say that it's definitely one of those, you know, forever projects. So that's good for that. So, you know, you can tackle it a little bit at a time. But, like, doing, like, all at once, in quotes, yeah, no. I like that it was just, you know, being there, not moving. I think their bath fighting doesn't really work if I'm in the water. Am I surprised? Absolutely not. It's certainly one thing that I kind of want to do at some point again, is to be playing inverted again, to be doing at least a portion of a hunt that way. So I find it quite nice, especially if it's a hunt that, you know, have been going for some time. Definitely nice for that. You know, make yourself feel like it's There's something different going on. Even though there's really not anything different going on. It's one of those things that I will say that most of the time I can't be doing it for too long. For sure, but sometimes I can do it for a decently long amount of time. I guess it really depends on the game and the place. Because, you know, some colors they just kind of just, you know, attack your eyes more than others. They just do. I don't know. What are you doing? Why are you again in here? What's going on? I mean, I don't mind it, but what's going on? Silly game, silly game. Oh. Mean. But yeah, I hope the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting today. Hope you will be finding whatever you're looking for, or at least get something. You'll be hoping the best indeed. I would kind of wish that when your Pokemon appears like that, it would be making a different sound compared to when a wild Pokemon pops up. And I'm not sure if the bear chick over there is boosted, or is it just the way that it spawned in, the colors there going weird. Oh no, you don't know if you're gonna be battling well, it's just, you know, a snowstorm. I mean, it was an ordinal behind it. I guess that is where I did get the yellow from. But, huh? What's going on, Ordinal? You're scaring me. I did say that it would be absolutely hilarious to be finding it, but I mean, I should totally know at this point. If I say things like that, the game will know for whatever reason. Game will know for whatever reason, indeed, than what I'm saying. I know it's nice that every Pokemon, you know, is in same levels, especially like in the game areas like, you know, this DLC. Which I consider to be an in-game place myself. But yeah, it is interesting that why couldn't there be like some Pokemons that would be lower in levels? Some that are a little bit higher. I know it's not really a thing anymore, it hasn't been a thing in quite some time, honestly, like in new Pokemon games. There is the nice thing that there is Pokemons at different levels. Of course, like, it's nice that every Pokemon can be found in the same levels, so, you know, you don't then need to be training it too much. It's especially true when it, you know, gets into area that is, like, having a higher level Pokemons where it actually counts. But I think in the first, like, few areas, it definitely could be that there would be more variety with the levels. Like, some Pokemon could be level 5, some would be level 2, you know? But then again, it really depends. As I said, if they're going more for the... more of the open world. If they're gonna be going more for the overworld, then it's of course quite unlikely that that's gonna be a thing. But maybe in the next overworld game there is going to be like nice leveling with the wild Pokemons. They're like level scaling. It's a possibility. And like depending on like how much further, no, how further you have like gone in the story, like Pokemons would be starting to be more evolved, or like some Pokemons would be more evolved. They would be of course higher level. As I said, there is a lot of potential for like open world Pokemon games. It's just I think they just should be more balanced. Like technically you could go ahead and straight away catch a level like 50 Pokemons. But the thing is that they are not gonna be listening to you because you have caught them in a level that, you know, you don't have enough patches in, so they would be listening to you. Which is a nice like thing that even if you would be catching a Pokemon like earlier than you're supposed to, there is a drawback. And I understand it. As I said, the Sword and Shield, the way that these games did do it was that you just couldn't be catching them. It would be saying that whatever is like whatever or something along the lines that the Pokemon is too strong or something like that. You can't like physically just throw a Pokeball. It's like literally impossible. Which, as I said, it's quite a nice way to be doing it, so you know you can't be getting too over leveled Pokemons. I will say one thing though, and I think even though I understand that like the last patch is where every Pokemon will be obeying you, I think after maybe the 6th or 7th patch you could be then already be catching every single kind of Pokeball. Pokeball? You can be catching Pokeballs now. What? You could be catching every single kind of Pokemon at that point. Because it's not like the level difference is too drastic between the 6th and 7th or 7th and 8th gym leaders. So like it's not like you have 2 over-leveled Pokemons. And it's not like you can't make the Pokemons to be ridiculously over-leveled. Especially because the EXP candies are a thing nowadays. Which I will say that I love it. Because that has made, for me, Pokemon games not be so grindy when you don't want to be getting things done. You can just toss candies. Or EXP candies. Because rare candies, of course, the thing is that it has the name rare on it. Do you want to use it? Not really. And especially if you know how rare candies work, you know that it's a waste to be using them on low levels. Because it will always be leveling it up. no matter the level. So it is quite useless to be using it on level 2, for example. It would be more useful to be using it on level over 50, I would like to say. And the thing is as well that you can get EXP candies relatively easily as well. They're not too hard to obtain at all. Because there is, in either of the games, there is the raid dance. And I will say that in Legends Arceus they are quite useless because you will be able to get quite a good amount of levels quite easily. But there they are as well. Oh. Because I will say that that's definitely a nice update. I quite like it myself. Because sometimes grinding is annoying. Especially if you want to be efficient with it and like you only have like one Pokemon that you want to be like making to be on higher level, then you would need to be putting everyone else away from the team and then, you know, add them back at later. And I will say that much that is annoying. So I personally will say that I quite like the EXP candies. Like, I understand if people like to be doing grindy things. I will say that I do like to do grindy like things sometimes. Even though there may or may not be a better way to be doing it. And, you know, sometimes it's nice, but I also like if there is an option to be skipping it sometimes. Especially if you have been doing the same part a bunch of different times. Then it's especially nice that you can just, you know, kind of skip it. There we go. Night raiding is nice. Oh. Snom didn't save me. Oh no. Because I will say one thing that I would like see myself doing, even though, as I said plenty of times, it's not really my thing nowadays in Pokemon games, because it's so easy nowadays, that is to be making a team to be like actually like good in battles, like making it to be the best of it that it can be. It's so much easier to be doing nowadays. Of course, I understand that, like, I think every game honestly should be working like that. But I think it works better in the games that, you know, just get updates over time. There's not gonna be like completely new game. I think it works best for those kinds of games, but it's still very nice that like Pokemon games, there is definitely a lot of things that are nowadays a lot easier to do thanks to certain things. It's just sometimes just be talking to a certain NPC and you'll be getting things done easily. It is definitely nice. And I appreciate it myself. Because, like, sure, there is still an option that if you want to be doing the grindy things, you can do the grindy things. But if you would prefer not to do them, there's an option as well. You can't, unfortunately, really pet your Pokemons in this game. As much as you would like it. Oh. Is that a funny Snorunt I see? I think it might be. Oh, it's just a boost, it's normal, okay. I did see then something yellow, it was just not the yellow color of Pokemon. It was just an aura. I will say one thing that I would kind of be interested to be seeing in Pokemon games is that, like, or in Sword and Shield, I will like I should say, because it's only in Sword and Shield, is the, you know, the Brilliant Aura thing, or boosted Pokemon, whatever my things. Since only one of them, like the aura itself, can be visible at once, there can be multiple different, like, Pokemon that have it, and it's just only one of them will be showing each. Like, if you would actually be able to see, like, every single one as its own, you know? How many, like, would you be able to see in one patch if it would be the almost the only Pokemon that spawns there? And you would have KO'd, like, the max amount to be seeing the aura, that is, which is 100, I think. But yeah, I wonder how many you will be able to see. It is a little bit of a shame that it only can, like, the game that can only show one at a time. I understand it, but it's a little bit of a shame. A little bit of a shame indeed. I would love to be seeing more of them at once. Imagine the whole place just to be filled with the auras. Whole place indeed is filled with them. uh... Oh, I got the thing. I got that thing. It was showing that I was somewhere else that I wasn't. Let's go! The only unfortunate part about that is that it's, of course, the wrong weather there. It's the... It's one too heavy snowfall. This is the storm. I just need the snow. It's quite sad though that I don't really understand why Delibird couldn't honestly be available in both weathers. I guess in Sword specifically there would be then too many Pokemons there because there is the Darumaka there as well. But yeah. Oh no. Because it would be making sense in my mind if it would be in here as well when it's the worst kind of snow as well. And I will say one thing that I don't think it would be necessary to be having a weather either. I think it would be quite fine without having any kind of weather as well. Like, at least in, like, few places. I know it's not really a thing in, like, too many Pokemon games in general that, like, different patches of grass act as different, like, spawner, like, location things. Like, they have different groups that spawn in there. But sometimes I would wish that there would be, like, not like everything is different, but maybe there is in like one specific place there is a chance for a rare Pokemon to be there randomly that normally isn't there, you know? And I don't think it's like too much to be asking for either. It's a cool thing, but unfortunately it's not in too many games. It's unfortunately not in too many games indeed. Oh. Rest of us managed to dodge that one. It's a nice lag there with the camera. There we go. No. we go. Oh. Oh. I love when there is a small Pokemon that I want to be targeting when you are chasing. Absolutely love running into you. Can't wait you to be like one of the accidental shinies that I will be running into one day. Can't wait on that. Spell down. And an ice cream. Why does Pokemon seem to always be in bursts? Because there's again like a decent amount of daily births in such a short amount of time. And it's probably gonna be that they're soon gonna be gone. Nowhere to be seen again. For some time. That they're gonna be doing the same thing again. It is sometimes like that, isn't it? It's very far away, that spawn. I could barely hear it. Check. Okay, nothing. Just barely dodged that. A Snom there. Nice. I love when my Pokemon is just deciding to be a wall right in front of me. I can't see the Pokemon I'm running into. Honestly, I think that the Pokemons that do be very much... that they do be very much like floating. I understand that some of them are slow, but I think they should be a little bit faster because it's not like, you know, they would be having hard time walking. They are literally floating. So why do they have... why do they have to be so slow? Why do they need to be so slow indeed? One thing I find quite interesting in games in general, that there is two ways that, you know, more or less like pets are working. They are either teleporting to you, like if they get too far away, or they are refusing to be teleporting to you and you need to just be waiting forever for them to be actually following you. I will say that I most definitely will be preferring the one that they are just gonna be teleporting to me. because it's just like sometimes you just want to, you know, be running and not be caring too much about the factor that maybe your body can't be keeping up with you. I will be fine even with that if I would be needing to wait a little while for the dude to be, you know, catching up to me. Like, I would be fine with that. Especially if there is like a wait mechanic in the game, like you could just be skipping time, you know? It is just sometimes very annoying when you need to be waiting for whatever it shall be in the games. Like, is it your friend, is it your follower, or is it like whatever it is? Because the thing is that most of the time, of course, like, whatever is trying to follow you is going to be slower. It is quite rare that they are faster. It is quite rare that they are faster than you are. Like, I will say that sometimes if I actually, like, if it's the case that I need to wait until whoever is indeed following me to be in the place that we need to be in order to progress, I would just kind of wish in those situations either I will be, like, slower, like, the game would be making me slower, or of course, the more optimal way is that the dude would be just faster. Because it's just, indeed, a shame. Especially in those games, indeed, that you need to be like it's telling a story and like you have to listen to it. Then you're just like, why do I need to just stand here, wait until you're here, and then go a little bit further and wait again? It's the weirdest thing because I don't think that too many like those kinds of things in games. But they're still quite a big thing. It's still quite a big thing indeed. I know that it sometimes is meant to be like a ponding thing with the whoever it is. At the same time, like, for me more times than not, it's just frustrating me that I need to be waiting. Yeah. But then again, I guess sometimes it's good to just be waiting, even though how frustrating it can be. It would be nice if there would be certain balance indeed with them. It would indeed. Spawn? But I would like to check. Starting to question what encounter it is because it was taking quite some time to be showing. Is it a visible or is it a random one instead? I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if there wouldn't be a snom there, but just usually doesn't take that long to be showing what it is. There we go. Oh, you funny game. Oh, you funny game. Yes, I'm with you. I think I will be soon be getting a snack bar each. Probably when I hit 550 encounters. I'll be getting a snack bar indeed. Oh. I love when the Vanillux, yeah, Vanillux. When do you spawn there was literally just a puff. It was just a cloud of smoke there. I will still say one thing that I'm quite disappointed that Vanillux is so like it is like small in a weird way. Like of course it like gets another scoop added to the side, you know, or I guess a whole another thing, you know. But at the same time I'm like thinking that it should be like overall bigger. I think that it should be overall bigger indeed. Huh? Sure. Be soon be encountering the Delibird. So soon as well the bear chick. I'm also like in the eyesight, I would like to say when I exit out of it or out of this, I will be on the view there indeed. Oh, it was too far away from the spawn location. So it did despawn. It's definitely a nice feature though that if they are indeed too far away from their original spawn point, they will just be disappearing. I'm not trying to pathfind like too far away, and also it's nice that they are smart in that if they know that they can be getting into the original spawn point, they will just also be despawning. Like if there is a rock or whatever in the way. At least it has worked for me. No, if it is not always working, it's always the case. Sometimes not just be working. But then again, it would be making sense if certain areas would be like not accessible for the Pokemons to even like try to go to. There definitely should be more of those locations in games in general. You know, not spawning things out of bounds that you would need to defeat. That would be very nice. Hello, Amora. I need to run away quite quickly. I hope I have enough room to be, like, turning around. I hope I do indeed. Oh, that was close enough to the thing. Okay, I thought I was in water, I was safe. Sure. I'll be getting the snack bar. I'll be back. There we go. Another snow run over there. I will say one thing I find quite disappointing with the legendary that are like back in the back with the second part of the DLC in Scarlet and Violet. I'm quite disappointed about the music for Kafu. I understand that you have like not be having like an interesting music for each because you haven't been able to capture each ever. I just find it disappointing that it's like the regular battle theme of this. I just find it very disappointing. Like it could have been at least like some like cooler version of it or something like that. I just find it that it's very boring. It's the like the usual thing for battles in this game. It could be because, you know, I might have heard each a little one too many times. But then again, I think a legendary Pokemon would be fitting to be having more of a unique one instead. As I said, because most of the other legendaries that have like their music, you have been able to like encounter them and like catch them yourself, so like they have their own music that has just been remade. Well, as I said, Kafu, you haven't been able to capture it. So it just have been it has just been given to you. It's a little disappointing in that. Because otherwise, like, the legendary theme musics, they are quite nice. And nice and unique. Oh. I will say one thing about the second part of the DLC is that I find it very odd why so many people are like surprised about a music being referenced quite heavily on the music. Because it's not like it hasn't been said that it's in the Blueberry Academy. At least for me, it's clearly like stated that it is. It's not like really said like when you are in there, like exploring as such. But like it is, in my opinion, said quite clearly. And it is indeed in Unova. At least it was for me like one of the first things that I did like pay quite close and quite closely did see it and was surprised by it. I like that, indeed, that the way that the DLCs or the first part and the second part of the DLC are like working in Scarlet and Violet. Because it's like, completely new places. It's not just additions to Aldeia. Of course, nothing wrong with it or anything like that, but it's just nicer to be having like completely different places. I will say that I would kind of wish that we would be able to visit again like another region in another Pokemon game. Not like the way that, you know, you can go from Johto to Kanto, Kanto to Johto thing, but the way that you like travel in there or travel to there. Because I find it quite nice, personally, that you can, you know, be doing that. It is quite nice indeed. Like, the thing is as well that I don't want to, you know, explore a whole entire region if it is indeed a region that we have already been in. But you know, like, the way that indeed Blueberry Academy is that you just go into a small part of each, but then there is all the cool references and stuff along those lines. I find it quite nice indeed. But then again, I don't know. If there is, like, the only way that I can kind of see in the future Pokemon game that we could be going into another, like, region is that if for whatever reason one of the DLCs has the focus that you are gonna be going into a vacation somewhere. But apart from that, I don't really know what we could do. Because the thing is that I always will be saying that if there is a very unique way that we are having a region to be played, like Paldea is very heavily based on that we are in part of a school, I don't want it to be repeated. It's like, of course, it's kind of making the uniqueness go away. But yeah. It would be quite cool. It would be even cooler if we would be going to something like, again, like a Kitakami or something like that, that it really is in a place that we know that is there. Be it's just something new. I know that probably one of the easiest ways to be making it, of course, would be to be having the place is an island, because then you could just say that it's somewhere in the ocean. But then again, would that be a little boring? Yeah. But then again, Pokemon games, they have been lately be quite a bit to be on islands, the new ones. They're quite been on the islands. I wonder if the theme is gonna be keep going on. I mean, most of the Pokemon regions are, if not completely, quite heavily, like, on water, or they have a lot of water, indeed. They do be. But yeah, I would personally be wishing, though, that maybe we could be having a one that is part of, like, a bigger landmass in that. One day, probably. One day indeed. It's soon time for sunset. Yes, indeed. It's been quite some time since I have seen this place in sunset time. It's so odd. Because I'm used to, you know, sunset time being that it's pink. Definitely not because of the Farfetch hunt or anything like that. It's very interesting indeed. It's not bad. It's just interesting because, as I said, I'm very used to being pink. Ordino, let's go. Not seen you enough today. Also, now that I think about it, I never really checked out the movesets of Pokemon in here. Never really watched those. And I mean, they can't be having anything too bad, right? No. I think the only one that I'm honestly too interested in is Ordino, honestly. So the other ones I can just be thinking about them and them be having anything too scary. It has probably double edge. It has double edge, so that's probably the scariest move that it has. It's such a scary move that it can be even hitting Ghost. Yeah, I have nothing to worry about. Delibird, it has so many moves that it can be hitting me with. Guess I could be checking out Snorunt as well. It's the only other one that I really am checking out on. And Amora, but I don't think that any of those dudes will be having anything too scary. Blizzard, Crunch, Headbutt, Hail. It's like nothing to be scared about. It's always a good thing to be remembering these things while you're already like good way into the hunt. I guess because if I can then like check out later. Okay, so doesn't seem like anyone has anything. I think one of the only ones that would be having anything too scary would be the ones that have Perish Song or Curse. But they are decently easy to be dealing with, thankfully. And weirdly enough, I was looking at things. Apparently, Sneasel has a chance to be appearing in here when it's like in a strange weather. It's like the way that I see Sneasel, it's available when it's, you know, snowy. But no, it's not available in here when it's snowy. It's available in here when it's like when there is cloudy. And there's a bunch of clouds in here. So strange. And not a boosted ice cream! The game really wants to give me it. Let's go! I will still say that. Unfortunately, the only good one out of the Vanillish line is Vanillite. The other two, they aren't bad, but I just love the pink on Vanillite. It's such a nice one. Such a cutie. Such a cutie indeed. Now that I think about it, they did make two ice types that are normally like bluish in their base form. Either in the second form and or in the final form to be like not as noticeable. Very interesting. Very interesting. Are you ready to encounter another snob? It's another snob, no way! There can't be more gnomes in here. Never gnomes in the snow. Impossible for gnomes to be in the snow. Soon at 600 checks today, though. Pretty decent. Pretty decent indeed. What do you love to see? Oh god. Scary bears. Very scary bears indeed. But yeah, I have, of course, no idea how long I will be going on to tomorrow, not today. So, I will be going today probably for like an hour-ish more. We shall see. I was thinking of hitting 700, then depending on what time it is, I might be going to 800. These have been decently fast, I will say. But yeah, if I will be hitting, of course, whatever I will be hitting today, it's most likely that I will be able to double or like do another set of those tomorrow. Oh, indeed. Today has been a quite nice day though. It's been a bunch of cool dudes to be showing up. And not so cool dudes. I mean, technically Beartic is a nice type, but it's not cool what it is doing indeed. It's not nice. Snow. There we go. I think I will be trying to do my usual though when I will be deciding will I be ending. When I will be decide that I will be ending in. That I will be, of course, trying to be having the target to be the last one, because I mean, he is so lovely. To be getting it as a final encounter, right? I need to be going for a little bit longer. Imagine that. You need to go for a little bit longer because you found the thing that you were looking for. I mean, that has happened to me, technically, once at the final encounter that I was going to be doing that day. On stream, that is, that I will be getting a shiny and that was with the Indeedee, indeed. I loved it. Of course it is, indeed. When I was hunting also Farfetch. So it was... Anyways... Full Pokemons indeed. I will say one thing, I don't understand my luck. I don't understand my luck sometimes. As I said, I would still consider myself to be decently lucky. But usually it is, of course, in the wrong places that I'm lucky, like... Does it really matter that I get, like, ridiculous amount of Amoras that are fossil Pokemon that have a terrible chance to be female? To be getting them a punch? Yeah, it is funny, but... why? Why? I mean, as I said, it would be very cool to be finding a shiny female fossil, but then again, I already have found one, so... It would be like that indeed. More Amoras. You love to see them. More Amoras indeed. But yep, why more Amoras? It's been a ridiculous amount of Amoras. I would like to see something else. Snorunt is also a 10%. Oh my god, Ian, of course you're female. I know it doesn't do anything, but soon I will be like switching a female one in front, so it will be definitely helping because this dude definitely has cute charm. Definitely doesn't have Wandering Spirit or whatever my thing it is called. Which I like. Wandering Spirit is one of those abilities that they are cool, but at the same time, like, why? Like, especially when you're trying to battle one for whatever the reason might be. Then, you know, it's just like the ability is just switching back and forth sometimes, and you're like, could this be done? No, it's a cool ability. I honestly will say, even though it's a cool idea that they, like, both in the evolutions of Yamask, they have, like, cool abilities, I will say that it would have been, in my opinion, nicer if Runarigus would have been getting something more unique, I guess. It's such a shame that it doesn't really have anything too unique there. It is still, like, decently unique, though. It's not like it's the complete same, at least. I don't know, I don't know why, but it'd be the painting that it has, but I'm thinking that maybe Runarigus could have been getting an ability that does have something to do with, like, dragons. Even though it doesn't make too much sense, but does half of the Pokemon abilities make? It's a good argument that I love to be using a lot. Does half of the things in Pokemon games or games in general make sense? Yeah, of course. Of course they make sense. For sure they do. There we go. I'm gonna actually, like, make sure that talking with correct things. Spirit Pokemon. Yeah, he does Mummy as the normal one and Wandering Spirit as the other one. As I said, both of them, they do be making sense, but at the same time, like, it would have been nice if they would have been more unique. Yeah, contact with this ability will be giving Mummy ability indeed. And it's a signature one as well. Choose the ones. Is neither of them blue? The Pokemon exchange abilities with the contact. With contact that makes it like direct contact. Yeah. Yeah. More? Nice. Yeah, they are of course different because Mummy is just like when like every Pokemon will be having probably at some point Mummy then. And Wandering Spirit is just like they're like basically switching abilities. One of them will be getting Wandering Spirit, the other one will be getting then the other Pokemon's ability. The unfortunate thing is that they could be useful. Like, definitely to be like getting rid of like a good ability on a Pokemon. At the same time, you would need to know how to use them correctly, and I will say that I'm not one of those persons. And as I said, it's just annoying when you get into a battle with a... You got into a battle with the... Galarian in your mask. You're just like... getting the abilities which all the time. You're just gonna be doing that indeed. Oh. Snow. Anyways. Snowrun is having fun once again. It's interesting to think about, though, that Snowrun could have been a Pokemon that does switch its usual colorings around. Because, you know, the main body does go to like nice blue, and the eyes go red. Like, if the eyes would have been going into like yellowish or orange, then it could have been like a nice swap there. Which I will say that that's always lovely. And I don't think that, at least in my opinion, I don't think that it has been used too much anyways. Unlike some other things that have been used a lot. But yeah. It's definitely very interesting indeed. Well, there's a Delibird, but I would like to check this 1% first. Before it runs away. Hello, there's no ranch. There wasn't a Delibird there, unfortunately. Well, I wasn't paying too close attention anyways. It's probably just a Snom there that I did see. It is though always so underwhelming in games that, you know, there is the things that sound the coolest thing ever, but then they like do the most disappointing things. It is always fun to be having those things going on. It is indeed quite interesting. Oh. Hello there. As I said, for me, like, well, I've been talking about it. Wandering Spirit sounds like a cool ability, but then, of course, it makes sense, like, what it does, but at the same time, it just sounds like it would be doing more things than it does, actually. It just sounds like an ability that would be doing more things. Oh, Delibird. Oh, Delibird. Maybe one day you yourself will be getting something cool. You did get like the Paradox Pokemon thing, so that's quite cool. But apart from that, you're not that cool on your own. Maybe in some region, Delibird could be the most powerful Pokemon. Maybe... Maybe somewhere Delibird is defeating bunch of dragons that are ground and flying specifically. I would see that to be a thing. Delibird that absolutely destroys all the ground and dragon types somewhere. Somewhere indeed. I mean, then again, one thing to be quite true though, there needs to be a goofy Pokemon or goofy character in games in general. Or a bad one, whatever my thing, to make the good ones to even look cooler. Good ones to be looking even cooler. I guess the thing is, honestly, that if like every Pokemon would be good, then you wouldn't think that any Pokemon is too good. Like if every Pokemon would be like equally good, then like every Pokemon would kind of feel the same. Good to be having nice variety. Good to be having quite nice variety indeed. Oh, again, 2.5% at the same time. Let's go. I don't know why, but I just thought, how like cool would it be to be getting a Pokemon game that would be having some sort of a big battle somewhere, and it would be like double battle, like a hard double battle. Like you would need to be going with like a 4-player team there, kind of a thing. How cool would that be? What are you doing, game? It's like the 7th millionth, yes. 7 million. Or number 7 million of Ordino. What do you mean by that? This is getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous indeed. Don't you love when sound effects happen at the exact same time? I think I will be going to 700 today. It is indeed half past 7 already. And I mean 700 is a decent amount. As I said, most likely I will be doing another 700 then tomorrow. So we will be at 1400 then. If my math is correct. Oh, and actually, like, speaking of math being sometimes like harder than it should be, is that the way that I sometimes do certain calculations, even though they should be quite simple, is just get rid of the extra zeros and then, you know, add up them at the end. I think that is like a thing that I was taught in school at like some point. I remember for what and when. Well, it was for math for sure, but like, you know, it's easier to just not go with big numbers, just, you know, be adding the zeros at the end then. And it works with some things for sure. Has definitely been helping me out sometimes. Because as I said, like, counting big numbers as simple as the math would be, it is somehow hard to be doing. It is somehow harder to be doing, indeed. Oh, hello. Will say one thing that I absolutely love, the ice texture on the Vanillish. Looks so nice. Compared to that, there is other Pokemons that have ice textures and they don't look like they are ice, you know. Like, I don't know, you there, you bear on the distance. Just doesn't look, you know, too icy to me. It just doesn't really be looking like that, indeed. It is a shame. It is very much of a shame, indeed. Those Nom there. I've been missing you. Anything. Oh, Snow Ranch. Nice to see your cone-shaped head. See it indeed. I think one idea could be cool to be like added back to Pokemon games is like luring slash like feeding the Pokemons. Like in Legends Arceus, you could be throwing like berries, for example. I think that would be cool to be having back because then you could, you know, just be throwing some food there and then like certain Pokemon would be interested in each and they would be for a while in that area to be like more than usual, you know? It could be cool. Very cool indeed. Hello, Amora. Making you absolutely beautiful cry once again. Actually go all the way to here to try and despawn everything there. Be very disappointed there is a bear chick there and like nothing that I'm interested in encountering. Nice. Daily bird. You gotta love the daily bird. Another daily bird. A snom appearing right in front of each. I think. At least I did hear a snom spawning in and it seemed like there was some like spawning things happening there. Yeah. Was indeed. Nice little snom there. You again. Why? Why? You again to be boosted. This is getting ridiculous at this point. This is getting very ridiculous at this point indeed. Showing off way too much. As I said, 5 KO'd. I don't think they should be showing this much. I don't think they should be. Just a thought though. I don't know, I kind of would like to see the nighttime in this game though again. I guess I could be going to 750 technically. And I would be like in clean 1500 after tomorrow. quite a nice one, honestly. I don't know though. It really depends. The thing is that shiny hunting it do be fun, and of course fun things you never want them to be stopping. I really don't. Really don't indeed. But yeah, as I said, if we would be getting this deliberate hunt done indeed either today or somewhat early tomorrow, then we will indeed be doing some Dynamax adventures. Because I'm not gonna be starting any hunts. Or any new hunts before I'm indeed done with my break. I will not indeed. Because I think it's just a little bit silly, because I will be having it anyways. Because then we can, you know, start after the break. Most likely with a fresh new hunt somewhat soon. Isn't that a nice feeling? You know what would be kind of cool to see? It would be so cool to be seeing Golurk to be doing the thing that it does in the anime, you know, flying with the engine. I think that would be very cool to be seeing in a game. Ooh. I mean, to see that in the game indeed. Or like other Pokemons, like... I know it's not really that big of a deal, but... just be seeing like dudes to be boosting nicely and such. Maybe one day. It might be a little too much to be asking for, unfortunately, but it would be very cool. In my opinion, to be seeing, as I said, Golurk to be doing the things that it does in the anime. I know that most, like, the, anime things, they are kind of over the top. And, like, would never be happening in the games. Which makes sense, because why wouldn't there be some nonsense in Pokemon anime? There has been, and I think there will forever be. Because imagine goofy things not happening in a show. Always gotta be loving the goofy things. Always gotta be loving them indeed. Yeah, I might be setting up the Switch tomorrow to be a little bit later, so I will be hunting more in the nighttime as well. Because I think that would be quite cool. Would be quite cool indeed. But yeah, if we would be getting the shiny tomorrow, then it actually would be like tomorrow, funnily enough. It would be, you know, tomorrow, because... as I said, I only do 1 day forward with this. Which I'm so glad about, that I didn't need to do any more than that. So glad about it. I'm so excited to be running into the Ordino, and now I'm scared that I can't even catch up to it. Because it should be facing like this direction. Oh no. We're just about to start turning there, buddy. How mean. How dare you be like that? Was at least able to catch you. See that you're not shiny. Anyways. No run. The lovely little fella will be phoning out here. Up into Cold Mountain. I don't know why. But for whatever reason, I'm kind of thinking that maybe Snorunt shouldn't be an ice type. I don't know what type it would be, because it could be like, of course, just evolving into an ice type. The problem is that, you know, Glalie really isn't dual typed. But then again, if you ask me, Glalie could be a dark type. Does Snorunt scream dark type? No, but... Then again, most of the base form and dark types, they don't really scream dark type all the time. Some of them do. Like, I don't know about you, but for me... Base form dark type that doesn't scream dark type definitely would be... Inkay. Do you know why couldn't there be? Like, why couldn't it be Ice Dark, Glalie, and then the dude be just dark type? Could be interesting indeed. I don't want to look backwards, just in case. There's Snorunt there. I should be able to, like, quite easily see it. Mora, what are you doing? Like, actually, what are you doing, Mora? Let this be female too. It would be funny. Oh my god. Third one in a row. We're ridiculous. Oh, this is a norm. At least it's not 3 female Amoras in a row. Oh, back to back, I guess. Yeah. You could technically be getting a third female Amora. Like that, though, still. Are you female Amora? Oh my god. I couldn't be switching directions fast enough. What a shame. It's like there is limits to this bike, how fast I can be steering it. Ridiculous if you're female as well. It's 3 female Moras in a row. Thank you, game. Rest of the Amoras today shall be male. They will most likely not be all male. They most likely won't be. There's an Amora in the distance. Of course. The same spot as the last one was, funnily enough. Stop it, game. That's not how the odds are supposed to be working for Mora. Gonna soon check that. It's just ridiculous. What is happening in this game right now? Mora. As much as I would like it to be like the fossil that is different from other fossils, it's indeed not the case. Amora should be female 12.5% of the time. Should be. It's a delibird. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Oh, you funny game. Oh, you funny game. Oh, another delibird. Nice. Using delibirds. Shall I try to hit 750 today? Cat is having a dream. I can hear her. I'm having a bad dream of that. Only time that she's saying anything when she's sleeping. It's when she's having a bad dream. It's 4 delibirds in a row that I have checked. For 5%, there hasn't been the other two that I would be interested in showing up. Interestingly enough. Oh, no. At least you're showing up there on the distance. If I would be going for 50 more... I think it would be taking like maybe 20 minutes more. It's not like I have anything to do really today, which is nice. I do be having things to do tomorrow, but I might be able to do them before I stream. So then I technically don't have anything to do tomorrow. Because the good thing is that we did do everything like yesterday that we would have needed to otherwise go like out to do. Because we thought that, hey, we could do all of these things today, and so we did, because it is nice to just, you know, chill at home. Considering that, you know, Christmas time it is quite busy. Be going into different places. And being with people a lot. You know, the most exhausting thing ever, being with people and being social. I will say though, those people that can just be, you know, talking with people for hours upon hours and end. It is something that I don't think that I will be doing too much. We'll say that much. I don't think that I will be doing it that much myself. Yeah, I think I have decided. I will be unusual today and I will be going to 750. I usually like to stop at even hundreds, but I mean 800 would be a little too much. Snom is too much of Snoms. At least I guess I didn't need to be countering the and encountering the bear tick. Funny dude. Bear ticks. Everyone loves. Oh, alright. Long time no see, buddy. One thing is interesting to see, but then again it makes sense, is that so many people are hunting the starters in Indigo Disc. As I said, it makes sense. It's cool to be seeing them without hatching. It's just this that the thing is that it's such a pain to be hunting for one specific starter. Definitely it is in Cyndaquil. It's just so ridiculous. It is indeed quite ridiculous. I feel so bad for for the Cyndaquil being so hard. Even though, like, I will personally not be going for each, most likely ever, in that game. But it is such a shame. Oh, so few nighttime encounters. Also, I did add 2 there, so I don't need to add for the next one. Let's go. You know how to do fast encounters? Just increase your counter by 50 encounters, and I still did increase it. Even though I don't need to, I'm one too early still. That's how you get fast encounters, just increase the counter. That's how it works. Look how many encounters I have done, it's at least like 2,000. How many have you actually done? 2. Anyways, Vanillite once again. Such a pretty Pokemon. It's simple yet very effective. And again, simple things they aren't that bad. Because I will say that I mostly, personally, like when we are having like simple designs. Going on there? Oh, 3. Okay. I personally like more when there is more simple designs than too over the top with designs. I just find like the simple designs, I guess, more room for your own imagination, like what could be going on. Rather than do detailed, like it might be looking pretty, but in games specifically, if it's too detailed, can you really like see too much of the detail when you're like actually playing the game? Like there is a good amount of detail and I don't mind each, but then again, like, does it need to be so detailed? I say that and I absolutely hate to be having, like, I would personally be hating to be having like modern house. I hate that. I don't know what it is. I would like to say it probably is because I don't know why, but I like the warm feeling that you get from having something that has wood. I just find it like nice and warm. And also I guess because I see like the modern houses to be too fancy for my liking. A little too fancy for my liking. Is the Beartic still like close by? Please say no. It is even gone. Let's go. No Beartic inside. That's zooming. Oh, lovely. Oh, it's a no more. Game, you're doing it again. Not allowed to be doing this again. It's not supposed to be common to be female. Please. Please, no, not the third one in a row. My worst nightmare, 3 female Amoras in a row. Thank you. Oh my god. I will say though, even though I understand like why fossils are more likely to be male than female, so you know, it makes sense why they don't really be too common anymore. Even if you would be reviving them. I would still wish that that would be the case. Same with the... What is it? What is it? Same with the starters. Like as I said, I understand that that's the case, but wouldn't it be cool if there would be like the ones that wouldn't be working like that? Like, why? Very cold guy. I haven't been really counting, but I would like to say that's like Ordino number 10. What? What do you mean by that? I only know like number 10 at this point. Huh? 1%? Question mark? I know that I have technically seen too many Ordinos compared to like they should be 1%. Like, according to like how many I have encountered, that is. In actuality, they might be like somewhat like more reasonable the amount I have seen. Imagine trying to encounter, by the way, every single Snom in here. Jeez. So tiny and they are so everywhere. It's insane. Oh, Snom. What is going in your head? What is going into your head, Snom? Wonder if that's far enough away. It was. Why are things not spawning in? Or is there only snow runs and snoms everywhere? It's the other thing that could be going on. Oh, another one, nice. I will, as I said, I will be doing the usual that after like I have 3 left to be checking, I will be looking for a Delibird this time. And then I will be encountering, if I do be seeing one that would be boostage, okay, having the aura, or once I see the Deliver, then I will be checking out things around each. I'm kind of in a feeling of doing maybe the last few ones as to be the random ones. Of course, you never know if the bear chick has something else to say about it. It's just charge. Shows us as you at the speed of light. You do be charging. Like how far away that was. Oh, Snow Ranch. Snorunt is honestly one of those Pokemons that I'm surprised that I don't have it as a shiny more than I do. Apart from Legends Arceus, of course. Because, like, even though I don't specifically hunt for it, it is usually in the areas that I hunt in. Like, especially when I'm doing, like, more wintry hunts. Which makes sense since, you know, it is a funny little guy. A Juby indeed. And Delibird. Oh no. A bear tick is going to be noticing me, right? No. That's nice. Of the bear tick though to be charging. Indeed. There doesn't seem to be, at least right now, anything else apart from you here. Depending on what you will be turning into though. Will there be something cooler afterwards? Oh god. Regis, I understand you're a ghost and everything, but you don't need to be so spooky. You need to be so spooky. You need to be so spooky at all. And be, you know, your non-spooky self. If you even know how to do that. I will say though, I don't really understand why you're not a rock type. Because you're ghost and ground, right? Yes, I'm pretty sure on it. It's like, rock type would be making the most amount of sense with you. Yeah, it is ground and ghost. Yeah. Why couldn't you be rock type? And then again, do I really care? Not really, but in my mind it would have been making more sense for you to be a rock type instead of ground type. It's not like the thing was that, you know, the original Yamask was a rock type or something like that. Wasn't that the case? I will say though that honestly, one thing that would have been making sense, at least in my mind, would have been that if the regular Yamask would have been steel type and this Galarian one would have been rock type. Yeah. It is what it is though. What can you really be doing indeed for that? To build them there now. Another Omora though. I will soon be looking for the final daily bird. As I said, I probably want to be doing the last ones as random ones before the daily bird. I guess if I will be running, or when I will be running out of these ones, I could technically then already start each and then do like 5 like random ones. Okay, that didn't take too long. And thankfully there doesn't seem to be a bear around as well. Some random ones, because there's a nice amount of space in here, and I don't mind the random ones to be shiny either. Wouldn't be minding that at all. That's a little bit of a problem, because you might be running into me. Nice, Mime Junior. Would absolutely love to be having you as a shiny. I don't know how good you look in this game, but in most games you look such nice when you're shiny. I love it. Let's run away from you. It's quite a far away there. It's about to ask, are the other two gonna be showing up that are available in here at this weather? It's surprising how like available Mime Junior is also in the random encounters. It's in most places as a random encounter. Last one is Mime Junior before the Daily Bird. Let's see, the final encounter of the day, then, as I said, we'll be continuing tomorrow, going for probably more or less the same amount. Let's see. Regular old Daily Bird indeed. Yeah, thank you so much for watching and sticking around. We'll be going indeed tomorrow for more of this funny fellow. And yeah, have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today, and remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys tomorrow then. Until then, bye!